pressure but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined place, I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be from New York to Siberia, gotta play your own beat and shake it every year. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 to 3, 2, one more time. Heavy punch line about to cruise. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Feeling no pressure but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined place, I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be from New York to Siberia, gotta play your own beat and shake it every year. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 to 3, 2, one more time. Heavy punch line about to cruise. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Lay low, lay high, lay low, lay high. Until you feel the vibes that touch the sky. Feeling no pressure but appears in the media. Getting jiggy with confined place, I'm telling ya. Anywhere you be from New York to Siberia, gotta play your own beat and shake it every year. I'ma put it down, grabbing this crown. Lay your dollars on the ground, gonna double up now.
All right, I forgot to turn on my light. Give me a second. There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Hi, Sidondon. How's it going? I'm doing good. How about you? Yeah. I feel like I'm saying this at the beginning of every episode, but it's been a couple of weeks since the last episode, so bear with me. We're gonna quickly run through the court record, try to, figure out where we were, try to remember as many facts of the case as I can. I've been out of town these past 2 weeks, which is why I was, unable to stream. But now we're back, and, I think I'm basically don't have much else to do, so I think I'm gonna basically start streaming almost daily going forward. At this point, we'll finish this game in 2027. We should be able to speed up now, so I'm confident we'll finish this game before the summer ends, I believe, and then once we finish this game, we're not gonna hop into Spirit of Justice immediately, because the remaster version of the the Investigations collection is coming out, and Investigations 2 is finally getting ported into the West. So I think what we'll do is, once we're done with Dual Destinies, we'll wait for the Investigations duology to come out, play Investigations 2, and then after that, we will we'll do Spirit of Justice afterwards. Yeah. That sounds about right. Also, similarly, once we finish Chrono Trigger, which we just started, we're also not going to start any new games after that, because I've got... There's 2 games coming out in September and October that I very much want to play. Those are Metaphor ReFantasio and the port of the Ace Attorney Investigations. So, once... I don't know how to translate the Investigation 2 names. From what I've heard, the translations are terrible, but let's be honest, this is Ace Attorney, so we shall see. I haven't actually seen the original translations, so I won't be biased in one way or another. So I am trying to sort of not look at the official like the fan translations that are currently used, because I want to go into the game with like no preconceived notions, so that like I can just decide as objectively as possible if I like the names or not, if I think the names are dumb or not. And then after that, I will probably look at what their names were in the fan translation and see which one I think was better. But yeah, I'm not going to look at the fan translations first, because I don't want to predispose myself against the game, because I feel like most people hate the translation because they got attached to the old names. That is my thoughts as well, if I have to guess. But then again, I don't... you know, I think there's definitely like... you know, I think there could also be situations where like Capcom translates the name in a different way than the original, and I mean than the fans, and the fan translation could just be better. So we'll have to see. I'm interested to see, but yeah, we will once we're done with Dual Destinies and Chrono Trigger. Persona 3 Reload will be the only series on the channel, because I don't want to start anything else. Then in September, we will play, I think Metaphor is the one. No, I think Investigations comes out in September. So we'll start Investigations when it comes out, hopefully on the day it comes out. And then October, I think we will actually do like a small, like some kind of like spooky horror game for October, like for early October, because Metaphor doesn't come out until mid-October, so we'll probably play something like horror themed for October in the start, and then start Metaphor once it comes out. So yeah, I'm sure it's not always the case. Some names probably suck. Oh yeah, I'm sure, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I want to go into it as unbiased as possible. Alright, I think we've done enough mucking about. Let's get to it, shall we? I haven't opened the game yet, because the game doesn't... The game's music doesn't cut out when you tab out, so if I have the game open in the background, I can't play my own music, which... I mean, don't get me wrong, I think, you know, Ace Attorney music is incredible, but, like, I don't want to be listening to, like, the main menu theme for, like, my entire intro and outro. So where is my phone? Oh. The game's booting up, so just bear with me for a second. I've been having some issues with YouTube chat for some reason. Like, because I use my phone to look at chat while I'm streaming, and for some reason, sometimes, the chat on my phone just does not update, and I have no idea why. Like yesterday I was streaming Chrono Trigger, and like there were multiple times during the stream, because like we had a bunch of new people, because obviously new series, that's always going to happen, especially when playing, you know, a game that I've never played before on the channel. And I had a bunch of new people coming on and chatting, and like every like I think like 3 maybe 4 times over the course of the 3-hour stream, my chat just okay, there we go. I don't know what the fuck I did there. But it's fixed now, so yeah, let's just get into this. The Apollo Justice Trilogy. Alright, Turnabout Academy. Professor Means, I do believe, if I remember correctly, is our main suspect right now. But let me take a look. Okay, let's run through the court record first of all. Obviously, Apollo, lawyer, has been in the agencies before I joined. He has amazing ability to spot lies through people's tells. Lawyer owns the agency. I owe him for giving me a chance to become a full-fledged lawyer. Mr. Wright's darling daughter. She wants to be a famous magician someday. Aristotle Means, course professor at the Academy of Smile, somewhat scary in his educational policy. He's only 45? Bro, you look 80. Yeah, Means I think is definitely the most suspicious one here. Because obviously Constance Court, President invited Mr. Wright here. She's a court judge, course teacher until she became the victim of this, right? Because obviously, we know that at Themis Academy there were sort of two competing legal theories, right? There was Court's theory, which is that a judge, a lawyer, and a prosecutor should all work together to uncover the truth, and that what mattered was using like the means don't justify the end, right? You have to, I mean, the end doesn't justify the means. You have to go about everything in a proper manner, and you need to work together with the other people there in the court with the goal of finding the truth. Professor Means had the more sort of like winning is all that matters philosophy, kind of like we've seen from the likes of Manfred von Karma, right? And like the ends justify the means, do whatever underhanded tactics you need to win. And so that was kind of like the there was obviously that sort of tension within Themis regarding their two yeah, Court is 2 years older than him, regarding their competing sort of legal philosophies, right? Now, we know that at some point, originally Juniper Woods, Hugh O'Connor, and he seems like kind of a jerk, and Robin Newman, they were all, they all sort of followed Constance Court's ideology. Obviously, Junie was her student as a judge course. Robin, part of the art club, which she led. Hugh, I don't think really personally worked with her that much, but he was still, as part of this friend group, they were on Court's side. However, I believe it was mentioned that one of the three of them had recently been switching over to Means's side, which I would have to guess would be Hugh. He just seems like the type who would do anything to win. Like this is definitely a man who could grow up into like a Christoph Gavin type, because he's obviously evil defense attorney type of thing. Because I'm pretty sure Means is himself a defense attorney, if I remember correctly. Then obviously Bobby Fulbright, a lead detective in charge of this case, makes you wonder what justice is all about. Prosecutor and prison inmate master the use of psychological manipulation, courtroom battles. Mr. Rockstar, prosecutor himself, he was the leader and vocalist of the Governors. Senior in the judge course, she is an aloof editor-in-chief of the school paper who walks around with a box over her head. And Miriam is obviously very much a Professor Means's camp. So, regarding motive, right, we know that obviously Means is the one that has the most direct motive to kill Court, because he, they are essentially they have competing legal theories and they're each vying for power within Themis Legal Academy. So it would make sense, especially for someone who says the ends justify the means, to kill a fellow professor if he thinks that will help him get his legal theory through, which will then help, I guess, get more defendants acquitted, or whatever. Or I guess in his sense, it just makes the legal system work better. I guess he would be kind of like Chief Gant in that respect, where he legitimately cares about, about justice being delivered, but he's willing to commit crimes himself in order to let that happen. And that's sort of the read I get on him. Now that definitely puts him as a prime suspect. As for Juniper, I don't see any reason why she would actually go after Court, and she's our defendant, so she's probably fine. As for Hugh and Robin, I had originally suspected them because it had been mentioned that one of the two of them had recently gone over to Means' side of things, and I would imagine that's Hugh, considering Robin also had Court as his advisor for the art club, right? And Hugh just seems like the type of person who would let the ends justify the means. And so, it could have been a thing where one of them helped Professor Means carry out the murder or carried them out themselves for him. I'm less sure about that theory now. There's also the other theory that, like, one of them had committed some kind of crime in the past, something minor, and as a result, they were going to be, they were going to be, like, expelled from the academy, and like Court confronted them about it and told them what was going to happen, so they killed her. I'm less confident about that one now, because the way they all sort of tried to jump on the sword to protect each other at the end of the previous trial day, I think makes me think they're probably all innocent, because at least I'm pretty confident on Newman. I still think Hugh could have maybe sort of seen that Woods and Newman were sort of trying to, like, take the blame to protect each other. And, like, I think maybe he could have, jumped in to sort of, like, pretend like he was also willing to take the blame to protect the others in order to hide the fact that he's the real criminal. So I think, I definitely think Hugh could definitely still be a suspect, though I'm less suspicious of him than I am of Professor Means. Yeah, and I don't think Miriam is going to play into this. That would be crazy, though. It can that Means was Kristoff's teacher. That's incorrect, actually. We know for a fact that Court was Kristoff. Oh, sorry, Kristoff. I heard Glavier. I heard Clavier. My bad, I misread that. I don't think so. I think Kristoff was... Kristoff is either in his 40s or his... I think Kristoff is in his 40s as well. He might be in his 30s. So, he definitely... He would be rough. He would be too close in age to Professor Means to have had him as a teacher. What is Kristoff's age, actually? Hold on, because that could be an interesting theory. Kristoff, Gavin. Because what is? Yeah, Clavier is 25. I don't remember what their age. No, he was, it looks like he was actually 25 at the time of, yeah, it looks like he was, like, 25 at the time of, no, that was, 25 was in the previous, that was during, that was in the past, right? That was 7 years ago. He was 32 during Apollo Justice, which I'm guessing similar to the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I'm guessing this takes place about a year after Apollo Justice, right? Actually, we can confirm that with Clavier, right? Clavier, Gavin. Clavier was... He's the same age as he was in Apollo Justice. Yeah, so it should have been, like, less than a year since Apollo Justice ended. which means, yeah, Kristoff would be like 32, 33. So that means if he was... We know for a fact he was already an accomplished defense attorney at 25. So we can assume he probably became an attorney a bit earlier, say 21, 22, maybe. Since, you know, people seem to rise to fame pretty quickly in this universe. So that would have made him what? I guess, yeah, Means would have been like 35-ish when Kristoff was going through law school. So, yeah, it actually could happen. I don't know why I thought Kristoff was older than he actually was, but I guess it makes sense. He's Clavier's brother, not his father, so that would be too much of an age gap, I feel like. I mean, not necessarily. I have a sister that's like 20 years older than me, but, you know, it's not a common thing. So, yeah, no, if Kristoff attended Themis, which I think believable considering Clavier attended it, I think it's entirely reasonable that to think that Means was his professor, and that would definitely explain you know, where he got his sort of murder everyone in your way legal philosophy. What's the legal strategy where you just murder people that annoy you? All right, let's take a look. Attorney's badge, court planner, right? So on the 22nd, right, and the reason we had I was suspecting Hugh in particular with regards to one of them being like possibly being about to be expelled was this planner. Kristoff is Wellington confirmed. I mean, yeah, basically. So, right, because on the 22nd, she got a report, some kind of report, and as a result, she needed to speak with Hugh Connor seemingly immediately, right? Like, it was urgent. So, the only thing I can guess is that Hugh had committed some kind of crime, you know, maybe like, you know, something minor, I would guess, and he was going to be expelled from Themis as a result of that. Then on the 23rd, she meets with Hugh after school ends, right? After everyone's gone home. She meets with Hugh to talk about that report. And I had guessed that it probably had something to do with him being about to be expelled, so as a result, she killed him. I mean, he killed her. Obviously, I think she was killed on the 23rd. And then, while the preparations for the mock trial were taking place, while everyone was gathering in the auditorium, that's when the body was moved to the courtyard. I guess the only real issues here would be that, like, how would Professor Means do that, right? Because Professor Means was at the auditorium during the start of the mock trial, so yeah, I'm not sure if he would have even been able to move the corpse. But I need to remember what the timeline of events was. Yeah, and then after the trial, she was supposed to meet, or yeah, then mock trial begins, her body is found, right? So the arrow pierces the victim's side, stained with blood, but it's likely not the murder weapon. Declaration of love. Right, Hugh was originally going to declare his love for Junie at the end of the trial. However, Juniper didn't want that, so in order to prevent that, she tried to rig the mock trial for Robin to win. That way Hugh would be unable to confess his love, which as a result led to her mock trial almost being rejected by Professor Court, which gives her main motive. Right, and the costume, which is obviously based on Lammermoor's the costume, right, and so as a result, Robin sort of tried on the costume, got a bunch of paint on her hands, and yeah. Mock trial script, top secret script written by Junie. There's only one copy. Body with a protruding arrow, right. Murder weapon was an all. How the body was moved, right. And there was something about the facts of the case, right? Because that matches the murder. Murder weapon was an all. I don't think we've seen what I don't think we found the actual murder weapon. Oh yeah, we did. Cool. Yeah, so that matches the actual murder scene was the art room. That seems to match from everything we can know. Body was dropped from third floor art room. Seemingly matches. Good. Yeah, the one thing, everything was exactly the same way it was laid out on the script, except for one thing. The sweatsuit. Right? The victim was supposed to be wearing a red sweatsuit. However, Court was found wearing a green one. Now, it is worth noting, right? I don't think we have it here, but preparations for the mock trial had been underway. Including taking photos of Professor Court as the victim. In those photos, she wore a green jumpsuit, not a red one. I'm guessing because they just weren't able to find one. That means whoever set up the crime scene to look like the mock trial didn't have access to the script. Because if they had access to the script, they would have known it, right? If they were just recreating the script, then they would have used a red jumpsuit. Instead, I think they just found yeah, so I'm not sure, because I think that's going to be a very important thing, the jumpsuit miscolor, but I'm just sort of not really putting it together right now. I think as it's been a while. Like I talked about that quite a lot last time, I believe, about how the fact that the jumpsuit didn't match must have meant that it was someone that knew about. Oh yeah, right. The reason why I suspected, say, Robin was that the only way the person could have gotten everything but the jumpsuit right is that they weren't using the script. They were going off what actually took place, which is the actual preparations that Juniper and Court put together, right? However, that's not something, as far as we know, the only person that was leaked to was Robin herself. So, yeah, there's not really... Yeah, because, like, if someone was just recreating the crime based off the script and they had no knowledge of how the pictures had been taken using the green jumpsuit, they would have put Court in a red jumpsuit. So that's, I think, going to be very important. Because another person that could possibly have access to those photos before the day of the trial would be Professor Means. I could definitely see him knowing about the case beforehand, but not necessarily having read the script. So that could explain the disparity in the jumpsuit colors. Right, the mock trial, obviously Robin with the glow-in-the-dark hands from wearing the costume. All was obviously Juniper's handprints were placed on it because, right? Court's autopsy report, estimating time of death between 6 and 8 p.m. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep stab wound in the victim's side, right? Yeah, and she was killed on the 23rd. That makes sense. I believe people left campus at 7, and that's when people went to meet with her. So her death should have happened sometime between 7 and 8. Blood loss, marks indicate wrist may have been bound. No other visible damage. Stab wound was very rough. Right. That's another thing. Her being bound is something that doesn't match up with the actual, with the trial script. So I wonder... I wonder if a different method was used to move the body than the method that is detailed on the script. Because if not only the jumpsuit color is wrong, but the method for moving the body is also wrong, then that basically, actually, I would say, exonerates anyone that actually read the script, right? Because they would have known how to do it, and I'm guessing this person that actually committed the murder, they knew sort of the basic facts of the script, but they didn't have the exact details, which is why they keep getting things wrong. Alternatively, the binding could have been something more just like a necessity that the killer didn't really want to do but had to. Like, maybe they couldn't kill Court right away, so they had to restrain her while they found the appropriate weapon. Although that doesn't make sense, because they met with her in the art room, unless they didn't, and then dragged her to the art room to kill her with an awl. I think that's actually very important. We don't know if she was bound before her death or after her death. That's a very important distinction, because if she was bound after her death, I think the only thing that makes sense is that that was somehow used to move the body, which would then contradict how the script is laid out. Also, we don't have music here. I should probably play some music. I just remember. I'm so into this case that I'm just completely forgetting everything that I've been saying. I'm just not paying attention to anything else. I'm just laser focused on theorizing right now. Right. If she was bound after her murder, then it was likely that the killer didn't have access to the script, needed to find a way to move the body, and was able to come up with the same solution that the killer in the mock trial did. Now, regarding the other possibility is that Court was bound before her death, which the only explanation I think for that would be that she met with her killer somewhere other than the art room, and the killer wanted to make it look like the script, which means they needed to stab her with an awl, but in order to do that, they needed to get her to the art room, so they bound her and took her. So whether or not she was bound before or after her death is going to be huge, I think. Then the tape recorder, woman can be heard shouting, "You're a goner," in the art room at 7:10 p.m. on the 23rd. Right. So there's a couple of possibilities there, right? It could be Juniper screaming as she kills Court. Unlikely. It could be Newman. Absolutely. Although, that being said, I find that unlikely because from what we know about Newman, obviously, I mean, well, I know Newman was pretty close with Court, so Court must have known about the fact that she was a girl, but Newman keeps her, she keeps her identity pretty well hidden, so I don't know why she would have yelled in a female voice rather than her usual male voice, especially since even after we exposed her to the Court and she began, you know, acting like a girl, there were still times, especially whenever she was angry or hyped up, she would revert back to her like boy voice, right? And she did that multiple times throughout the trial, which makes me think if she did actually try to murder someone and screamed, "You're a goner" at them, she would probably actually do that in her male voice, because that's just what she's used to shouting in, since that's what she's been doing for so long. So that leads me to think the voice probably isn't Newman, because I can't square the fact, from her behavior in the courtroom. I don't think she would scream in a female voice in that situation, or any situation, to be fair. So I think we can probably eliminate Newman. Obviously, the other possibility, and the one that I'm guessing is the case, is that the voice is Court, who is actually yelling at either Hugh, telling him he's about to be expelled, right? Because we know she was going to meet with him about something incredibly important, some kind of report. If Hugh had committed a crime and was about to be expelled, she may have gotten into a discussion with him and yelled, "You're a goner," at which point he killed her. Alternatively, she could have been talking to Professor Means, right? She could have maybe was trying to out him from the school, getting kicked out of Themis Legal Academy for, I don't know how she would do that, but I understand why, since obviously he's, they have competing legal philosophies. She might, try to, she might try to, threaten him, maybe? Because maybe the report that Hugh received, right? Maybe the report was actually something that she could use to get Means kicked out of the school. Obviously, fired, not expelled, right? Because he's not a student, but and maybe I am right about Hugh getting a bit closer to Professor Means, and Court wanted to talk to Hugh beforehand, so she talks to Hugh, he leaves, but Professor Means overhears it. He comes in, they have a bit of a confrontation. She screams, "You're a goner," and he kills her. That's definitely a possibility. Glowing costume. Right, because it was hung upside down. Robin put it on the wrong way and ran out, and that's why Myrtle chased after Robin, thinking it was Woods, and that's how she found the body. School camera photo, the art room. Right, at exactly 7:05, right, we see that that kind of doesn't lead too much credence to my theory about Means, though, because if at 7:05 Juniper was in the art room, that would have meant that she would have left, and then Court's meeting with Hugh and then confrontation with Means would have all taken place over the course of 5 minutes, which doesn't make sense. So I think it's much more likely that yeah, I don't know. Then she obviously has the pocketbook with her, and then, I'm obviously noticing now, I don't think I noticed this last time, there's some kind of rope, some kind of pulley system here, which I imagine was how she was, which I'm guessing has to do with how she was bound. I'm guessing, I think my original theory was right, that the rope was used to move the body, that rather than dropping the body from the window onto a mat, the killer actually tied her to this rope and then gently lowered her down. That's a possibility, especially, right, because if the killer had to move the body while preparations for the mock trial were taking place, it maybe wasn't enough time for them to actually, for them to set up the mat and do everything as the script intended. So, maybe the rope was just faster way to do it, which would explain the tying marks. Yeah, it's just a lot of questions still. But yeah, just based on the fact that this photo was taken at 7:05, the only thing I can imagine is that "You're a goner" was her speaking to Hugh, What does that mean? Because if she was saying that to Hugh, then I think Hugh is definitely the prime suspect here. But then why would he throw himself on the sword? All right, we need to investigate further. I've got some good leads, but I can't draw any conclusions just yet. I need to keep my mind open like a good detective. Yeah, I should probably not be, blasting fucking that music while I'm playing area. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. That little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles? I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that, but how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen! Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... What if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial? Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? The mock trial didn't take into account Nakama anime moment, right? In the facts were almost identical to the court trial, which means it should have ended with the defendant being found guilty, and that's almost what happened. However, there's the one thing the mock trial didn't account for, and that is the fact that humans are emotional creatures. And so rather than everyone just doing what's best for themselves, the court didn't take into account the fact that three friends might all choose to sacrifice themselves for the other two. Which means, as a result, a verdict wasn't able to be established. And obviously the mock trial couldn't have taken that into account. And I believe that's also something Professor Means wouldn't have taken into account, because he definitely seems to be a bit more of the, perfect case type of person. And I don't think he would take it much account of, human emotions, Well, I just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Can it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center right away. No, wait! I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I better go too. No problem. You two be careful. Right, 125, just out of visitor's room. So much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Oh, hello. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Sorry, hold on. I need to remember what my voice for you was, because that doesn't sound right. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Quick. History. And I clicked onto this video last night. It should be on here somewhere. it's not. Okay, I just need to go through the channel. God damn it, I thought I could shortcut it. Instead, I ended up taking a longer time than I would have otherwise. I love how that happens. They probably should have just... Alright, let's see. Professor Means. There we go. If YouTube is gonna go. We're Professor Court and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class. Okay. It's pretty similar to what I was doing. Okay. Oh, Professor Means, what brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena. I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. No, don't. Those confessions from you and your friends are the reason we got another extra day. If it wasn't for that, either you or one of them would have been charged with the murder. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, Don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. I would, as your legal counsel, I would not suggest that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he would get the non-guilty verdict. Like, okay, even if Professor Means is the killer, I still think he would absolutely get you the not guilty verdict because, like, he probably cares about his, like, trial record or whatever. But, like, he just, like, forged some, like, he just forged evidence and, like, pinned the crime on, like, Robin or something, you know? Which I'm not gonna let that happen either. Huh? I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen. Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie? I know, Athena. Will you please hear me out? Court fucking hated his guts! She was your mentor. Why would you do this? Alright, I got some new stuff to present to you first. I don't remember what we have presented and what we haven't, so I'm just gonna run through the gamut. That's your attorney's badge, isn't it? I really envy you. Council President, yeah. Oh, that's... Sorry, but I can't help reading it. Okay. Yep, and Apollo bullying Athena, I remember that. You go around showing that to everyone. How come? I mean, it's so well made. Are you gonna start wearing it? Aren't you going to wear it when you sing? Yes, unfortunately I've been chosen to sing, but I don't think I'm up to the task. Wish the mock trial had ended better than it did. Yeah, but to have 3 good friends all play leading roles, it's pretty amazing if you think about it. It's true. It's linked to the strength of our friendship. There's nothing we can't do if we help and support each other. I don't know. Is that really the issue here? Whenever I bring it up. Yes, that's what it's all about. The friendship between the 3 of us is absolute. Athena, it's obvious that they're friends, so let's just leave it at that. Yes, I know that, but our words seem kind of forced. Well, yeah, there was... Oh, sad Junie. There were talks about the fact that their friendship was that the friends were sort of having a falling out, but I don't know. Their display at the courtroom last night makes me question that. So, I don't know. Oh, that's the same thing.
Oh,
That was just a prop to think it would become an actual murder weapon. The killer's trying to make this case look exactly like your script. That's why this all was used to like that. No, again, you keep using that word, Athena. Script. Stop using the word script. The killer was trying to make it look like your mock trial case, but they didn't have access to the script. Why would anyone do that? Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. I wonder if Junie had her suspicions, but is afraid to share them with me. I'm guessing she's afraid to, like, blame Hugh or something. I don't really know what to say, She went silent. It seems like she doesn't want to talk about it. That's fair. Junie, no. Athena, you know it's against... No. We're not at school anymore. Okay. I'm kind of sad you're not allowed to, like, present profiles anymore. That was always cool, getting to know what people thought about each other. It was very useful for, like, finding out motives and stuff. Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? Body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones. Yeah, but they could have just been an accomplice. That doesn't mean they were the actual murderers, I don't think. Blackmail could have been involved, right? I think Hugh clearly has some secret. That's why court needed to speak with him, and obviously Robin has his, you know, him being a girl is his secret, her secret. So I definitely think Professor Means could have definitely blackmailed one of them to move the body in preparation for the mock trial, during the preparations for the mock trial, or right before it, I mean. Because Professor Means, yeah, he could not have moved the body himself. There was just, he was talking with Phoenix, Apollo, and Athena at the time. He had an alibi for that. So, yeah. That's definitely, yeah, an important thing to consider. You can move freely around campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point, I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Oh, okay. Only I am capable of such a feat. Yeah, by, like, fucking forging evidence and pinning the crime on someone else, you dumb... Like, what the fuck? It's like Gant is like, oh yeah, they're seeking an investigator who can get you know, Joe Dark convicted of all of his crimes. Only I'm capable of such a feat by murdering Neil Marshall and faking evidence to make it look like Joe Dark did it, and then creating the most elaborate blackmail scheme ever known to man. Like, I mean, yeah, anything's possible if you just fucking make up evidence, I guess. But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? Jesus Christ! I'm a result-oriented person. Why did it fucking just... Oh my god! Bro just said, I'm gonna kill anyone. Bro's just gonna kill Prosecutor Blackquill. There you go. And then he'll be up against Winston Payne and will just win by default. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. Yeah, no shit. You know, maybe he should have been, maybe he should have led the art club. It's clear he enjoys fucking arts and crafts when it comes to fucking evidence.
Well, the ends really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means.
I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too.
Alright.
If that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo! But we want to continue our investigation. Can we ask you some more questions? Right. Good approach, Apollo. That's, your experience is coming through here. Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means would like to stay and join. Would you like to stay and join our conversation?
Yes, of course. I'm your lawyer, after all.
There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? Alright. About your confession, Junie. It's not true, is it? You just said that what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you're convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because he's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. Yeah, tell me. We're gonna need to like mood matrix or like bracelet her ass here. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that.
We even have proof of our friendship.
Yeah! As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around! But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results.
Means! Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students.
At some point, we stopped talking about it. Well, that meant fewer arguments. It also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. Seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room, where I worked on my stage costume until 7. And then you went back to the art room, right? Because in this picture, you were clearly in the art room at 7 p.m. 7:05, in fact. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. That's really it. Then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. But then where did this picture come from? This was taken on the day of the murder at 7:05 p.m. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. What's wrong? Is the clock off? I took this picture around 6, which was before I'd left the art room. Ah. What day is it? Not like in real life. I'm talking about in the game. Hold on. Let me go to when I first started this. October 25th. Yeah, this is like almost winter, so nighttime at 6 p.m. would make sense. So then the clock was an hour fast? That's very interesting. Because if so, then that throws away the whole, like, oh, she couldn't have met with Professor Court because, with Professor Means because there just wasn't enough time for her to meet with Junie, then meet with Hugh, then get killed by Means. But if this picture was taken at 6, that's a whole hour that we can use. So that once again, like, my main reason for not suspecting Means is gone if this picture was actually taken at 6. But then, why was the clock fast? I can't really believe that, like, the killer set the clock fast knowing that they'd take the picture in order to, like, frame Junie to being at the scene of the crime. Like, that just seems... Like, how would the killer have known that they were going to take this picture in the first place, right? Unless the killer was the one who took the picture? Maybe. I don't know. The clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there'd definitely be something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did!
At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. Sorry, I need to remember his voice as well. Give me a second. I feel like it's supposed to be deeper than I'm doing it right now. We gotta worry about quality control here, you know?
That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't
Say much as we passed each other. Yeah, okay. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask?
7:15, he says. I mean, that could have been... So then, yeah, she could have been talking to him in the tape recorder. That seems the most logical. Unless he left at, like, 7:05 and then met with Junie about 10 minutes later, and then Professor Beans came in? I don't know. She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rung. Leaving now, bye, have a good stream. Yep, see you around, Surindon. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statue that Robin made. They were covered with white sheets. Well, so that's something, huh? I think I understand how the rope plays into this. Because there's been one aspect of this crime that's I've been sort of racking my brain trying to figure out that I don't know if I talked about before during the intro bit. I don't think I did because I didn't really have much theories regarding it. But that was, how was the killer able to hide the body for so long? Because it's not like they killed her and then immediately moved the body to the location where they set up the crime scene, right? They killed her at They killed her at 7 p.m. on the 23rd, and then didn't actually set up the crime scene until like 1 p.m. the day after, right? That's like... And like, for the entire first half of that day, right, people would have been running around the entire school, yet no one ran into the body. Where did the killer hide the body? I'm guessing the killer tied the body to one of the statues in the courtyard. And then, when before the mock trial, all they had to do to actually, all they had to do to set up the body, they didn't actually have to, set up a mat, drop it from a window, then get a cart, run the body all the way to the courtyard, or, alternatively, like, tie it with a rope, pull it down, as well as take it out from wherever it was hidden originally, right? Instead, all the killer had to do was just go to the courtyard, untie the rope. If they had a knife, they could just cut it in like a second, drop the body, the arrow could have already been stuck into the body previously, and then just dispose of the rope. You could do that in like under a minute, right? So that opens up a lot more possibilities, because we know Professor Means was there most of the time before the trial began, right? Which we were assuming that meant only Robin and Hugh, Robin, Hugh, Junie, and I'm forgetting her name, Miriam, were the people that could have set up the corpse. But if the corpse was already just tied to one of the statues, all that would have been needed was to just then anyone could have just left the auditorium to go to the bathroom, ran to the courtroom, set up the corpse in like under a minute, and then run back. Like, that completely opens up the possibilities, right? Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means,
I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case, but it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off.
Hold it!
Junie, and Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy by sundown today. Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice. Wait a second! Don't drag my name into... We're gonna discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're gonna bring you solid evidence showing you just what that truth is.
I see. So it has come to this, has it?
It's a weird thing to say! If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then, you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that you're okay with that too, Professor Means.
I have no objections, as long as Juniper is satisfied with the arrangement.
Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Tina, but thank you. I've been... Oh, she called us Tina again, let's go! I've been thinking of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me. But you can thank all you want once I get to the bottom of this.
That's my girl! Very well. I will see you back here at sundown.
Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, you know, she's new to the agency, so...
Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now, let us meet here again later.
I mean, at least he's a good sport about it, you know? If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. Hey, Phoenix, we could use some Psyche Lock help here right now, you know that? Could you help us with that? Can I get a Magatama? Can I just, like, borrow that?
But if this trial proceeds in the same matter and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
That damn smile is terrifying. It really is. Bro, literal fucking Joker smile. There's no time to be thinking about that. Got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Oh, hi, Apollo. Any ideas? Only the 3 mock trial participants could have moved the body before it started. Right, but that's the key thing. The body wasn't moved. The body was already at the scene of the crime. The killer just needed to, like, cut a rope and throw it in a garbage can. That's literally all they had to do. Someone could have just excused themselves to go to the bathroom, set up the crime scene in 5 minutes, and come back. Like, that's why the killer must be Robin, Hugh, or Juniper. Right, that means at least one of them is lying. To make matters worse, I have a feeling each one of them is hiding some sort of secret. I'll have to bring it all to light. Not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. Today's trial is focused on the day of the crime and the actions of those involved. Yeah, like when the voice was recorded and who went into the art room and when. If we analyze the info we have, we should be able to ID the killer. There's no lead in these legs. I've been training for a day like this. No lead. Okay. On my mark, ready, set. No running for me. I'm done trying to keep up with you. Oh, bro, look. What is that face? That is honestly just as terrifying as Means' smile. Yeah, some of the characters didn't do the transition to 3D that well, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, nice, your attorney's badge. That's the first thing you want to present when you meet someone new. I heard that's what all the lawyers do. You heard that? From who? Who else? Mr. Wright. Just remember, your badge comes first. See, Athena? Check it out. This is my attorney's badge. Oh, that is so intense. I want to present mine like that, too. It's so good. Yes, nice one, Athena. Keep it up. I don't care that it's totally unrelated to the case or just plain annoying or even embarrassing. Just keep presenting evidence without any regard for others. That's the first step towards becoming a successful trial lawyer. Leave it to me. I'll present one piece after another, then another. Oh, who put the 2 dumbasses in charge of a murder investigation? Oh, God. torrid love triangle. Juniper sure is popular with the guys. Of course she is. She's pretty. Plus she has such a sweet and caring personality. Bro, the stare. I know what you're thinking. Why can't Athena be more like that, right? Ah, no, the thought never crossed my mind. Let's see. Panic, sorrow. Yep, that's exactly what crossed his mind. Oh my god, you pulled out the moon matrix for that? Apollo Justice is fast forwarding his mouth super speed. Mock trial was quite the heated battle. Mr. Wright didn't even hear me when I said I wanted to see it. That's so unfair. We should have done rock, paper, scissors to decide who got to watch. To be fair, you got to watch Apollo versus Clavier, which, I'm gonna be honest, is probably like second to Phoenix versus Edgeworth, is probably like one of the most incredible courtroom battles you could witness, even if it was only for like a short period of time. So I think you got the better version. No, no shade on Hugh and Robin, but I think Apollo and Clavier have a bit better chemistry when it comes to that sort of stuff. I know I would have totally beaten you. How could you know that? The game's totally random. No, I can tell you favor scissors. I mean, the proof's sticking right out of your head. Huh? What are you talking about? Like I said, it's right there on your head. Mock trial was quite the heated... No, that's the same thing. More damaging evidence. Juniper's case seems to have no lack of that. We still have to turn this whole case upside down, but it'll require some legwork. You're right. Let's give it our best shot. That's the spirit. We'll start with the wind sprints. 200 yards, 10 times. Ready to go? Oh, wait. Wouldn't our time be better spent investigating the case? Okay. Let's quickly hit up the Right Anything Agency. Hi, Trucy. Hey, that's an attorney's badge. Trust me, you won't make it disappear. Ah, what a mean thing to say. Do I look like someone who'd do something like that? No, I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, I hear they reissue badges that get lost, so... Hey, isn't that great? That means you have nothing to worry about. Yeah, but seriously, please don't make mine disappear. I wouldn't want to have to explain. Thanks, Athena. I mean, to be fair, Athena, if you go to the courtroom and you tell them that you lost your attorney's badge in a girl's panties, I'm pretty sure they would understand, considering every lawyer in this game is incredibly gay. Yeah, you don't have any kind of insight, any magician's insight onto how the body was like transported from one place to another that could maybe help us out right now? I guess not. Hungry, Athena? You haven't had lunch yet, right? Well, it's a virtual snack bar in my magic panties. Cookies, chips, snackoos, you name it. Emma reference! Emma reference! We're winning! We're winning! It's not the most appetizing place to keep snacks. I'm not really that hungry anymore. I'll just have some juice from the fridge. Great! I've been waiting to have you try drinking from my magic pen. That's even worse. Maybe next time. I'm really busy with the investigation and all. Oh, you are? Well, when you get back, I have all sorts of things ready for you in my magic panties. Just the very thought is making me shudder. I saw your debut fight, Athena. You look like an old pro out there. I wasn't nearly that good, but thanks. Oh, come on. You put a pit bull to shame. You sunk your teeth in and never let go. Sure. You exploited your opponent's faults and you split hairs like there's no tomorrow. Okay. It was amazing. I can't tell you the last time I was on the edge of my seat for a whole fight. Right. Trial equals boxing match equals trial. I mean, basic average court case in Ohio. Igati, mata, kire, igati. The fucking, oh, that video lives rent free in my head. Alright, let's go to the hallway first. That's probably the least important location here. Yeah. Then let's hit the lecture hall, see if anyone's here. No fake German rock boy. How sad. But yes, the outdoor stage. This is the one place I need to check out. Oh, hi, Miria. Is this my imagination, or does something just move?
Afternoon, you two.
Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking out to campus like this is just slightly suspicious?
I'll have you know, I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence.
I don't want to be caught napping today. Again, at tomorrow's trial. That means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand?
I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress, but you needn't have asked, Fraulein. I'd intend to help from the start.
Oh, I love him so. Bro is literally the only prosecutor in this entire series that actually gives even a single shit about finding. Well, I guess what's his name? Kay's father. Something Faraday. I forgot what his first name is, but like. Him and Clavier are like the only two prosecutors in this entire game that are not massive pieces of shit. I mean, okay, Edgeworth gets there eventually, but it takes him a while, you know? You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin! Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff lately. I thought he just randomly barges into, it barges into Ace Attorney game, is the most helpful prosecutor in the franchise, refuses to elaborate further, leaves. Alright, tell us. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you?
That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and the big crescent moon isn't half bad.
Wait. Okay. I don't think, maybe. Yeah, because notice how it's like, and the sky here is like very textured, but here it's not. But the moon is the wrong way around, right? No, it isn't. The moon is absolutely the correct way around. It's just on the wrong side. There's a... But Yeah, I guess even for October 25th, that far into nighttime at 6 p.m. is probably a bit much. I was giving it the benefit of the doubt, but if that's what we saw on that window, that would explain. So, okay.
We also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, the fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this.
Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's the design on the banner in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's serious pain or something. Athena, Ixe on the Ixe.
That's the governor's logo, Fräulein. Oh, a nice piglet in her forehead, really smooth.
Oh, I meant it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard.
9, Fräulein. It's G for governors. Not a 6, but whatever floats your pretty boat.
So, where is this banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage.
It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made for a heavyweight, high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah?
Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Prosecutor Gavin.
As you can see here, in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me. And right here, her rights statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, her forehead. What did I ever do to you?
Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new.
Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Achtung! That's an uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere.
Yeah, let's do it. Schnell! Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event? She did study in Europe. Right, let me just present stuff to Gavin first. Yeah, we already seen that. Already seen most of this, I believe, but we'll just run through it again. Fräulein, what a wonderful piece of evidence you have there. But I imagine no matter what you present, it would be impossible for it to be more persuasive than your beauty. Too bad it doesn't work that way in court, too. I'm a graduate of those fine institutions. The mock trial, they sure bring back memories. So many unforgettable battles. Really? You stood on that stage too? Yeah, I wailed on my air guitar, rocked out to the beat and exposed cries for all to see. You could say this is where my hard-rocking prosecutorial style made its debut. Hard-rocking prosecutorial style? How did your mock trial turn out? Achtung, baby, I brought the house down and have that crowd on its feet. Ever since, the Academy has held a live concert in conjunction with the mock trial. Yeah, imagine being such a fucking badass. You forever change your school's fucking, like, cultural traditions into having a fucking concert after a trial. Holy shit. Can we just get that? Can we get a fucking, you know, I think I think Gavin deserves a spin-off game just like Edgeworth got one. You know, can we just play as young Gavin in fucking at Themis Academy doing fucking mock trials? And rocking out. Of course, any game, you know, if there is a spin-off game playing as Clavier, there's got to be a rhythm minigame in there somewhere.
No, nothing. I'm flattered, Fraulein, but the answer is 9.
What do you mean 9?
You want to record my godlike voice on your little tape recorder there, yeah? Well, sorry, I may have retired from the music biz, but I will not sell myself cheap.
It's a piece of evidence you don't. Never mind. I believe the word Emma likes to use is glamorous fop.
Why, Fraulein? Oh, what's that? Okay, cool. Nothing new here. Alright, let's have a look around. There's definitely stuff, so a lot of stuff I want to examine here. First of all, the sky. I don't know, this is fine for a rock concert, but a nighttime sky is a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky. Don't you think it's romantic, Fraulein? And the waning crescent moon represents a maximum 3-day trial cycle.
3-day trials outdoor? No thanks. If that's raining, my hair will be ruined. It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. That's fair. There's even a prosecutor's bench here on the stage.
Ah, the memories, Fraulein, as a former rock star and a prosecutor. The prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotions, passion, and fight.
I can picture it now. You with your silvery singing voice and Apollo's sweating bullets. Hey, how about picture me winning once in a while? I won every case against this asshole. Ah, they built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. Yeah, but I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution, pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins?
Yeah, it's an integral part of my act, Fraulein.
The winner of the mock trial will take the training seminar right there. You mean Hugh or Robin? Yeah, besides Junie, they're the only ones who could have moved freely around the campus. For the mock trial. That means one of them must be the killer. Ah, but that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time for sort of give us a name. Right, and that means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose, but we can't rush it either. Efficiency is the key.
Fair enough. Hi, Miriam.
Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Sansoft? I knew it. I knew that voice anywhere.
Let's just ignore it. I mean, it's made its wishes loud and clear.
So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh?
Zoom around. Take a look at the statues. Take a look at the
Ooh, this is an interesting angle. Well, I like the view. Just can look down on everything from here. Yeah, not bad for a temporary stage. That's so, Mr. Justice.
Oh,
Is that so, Mr. Justice? You're Jack from the mock trial. I don't know why, but it kind of creeps me out.
oh, answer again, Mr. Justice. A penalty for our mock lawyer.
Ah, that is not funny. Bro is traumatized from getting penalties. How did a piece of clavier statue get up here? Like, I can understand pieces down there if the statue was just broken, but it shouldn't have gotten here. Found one. A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride.
Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris?
It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Fragment.
What is this?
Another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Look! There's your rival over there, Apollo! Oh, Prosecutor Gavin? We battled it out a few times, but yeah, I wouldn't call it. No, not him. I meant the speaker over there. It can output massive blasts of sound that rival your cords of steel. I have better things to do than compete with a speaker, so just forget it. Okay, that's that from there. There's really not much of interest here. At least that's what my intuition tells me. Okay. Here we go. Found another piece of the statue. There should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Cool. Mixture of white fragments and red fragments. Obviously, the white is on the inside. Copy the school paper with that story about the alleged love triangle. Wonder if people really waste their time reading this stuff. It's more popular than you think. What was that? I thought I heard something just now. You're just hearing things. It was nothing more than your ears playing tricks on you. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin, you're a complete wreck, literally! Why in the world does someone do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release.
Can I take that as a confession, her forehead?
What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Well, let's pick up the pieces for her.
You got it. Let's check every corner of this stage then, yeah?
This looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. Maybe we have all we're gonna find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered.
I think you might want to reward that.
Cool. I guess we'll be doing a jar assembly minigame just like in Rise from the Ashes. I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo. You come over here and Prosecutor Gavin, if you could hold this. Oh, are they just gonna do it? Aw, no minigame. That's disappointing. We did it! Not bad if I do say so myself.
Yes, but don't you think it's strange? They put the statue back together, but look! What's with all these leftover white pieces?
This looks like they go together. This one too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. Oh, and there we go. My chat is once again not updating properly. Hold on. So, what is it? Oh, hi, Sid Undone. Yeah, stream's going good. It's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand.
It's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite a feat you've pulled off there, Fraulein.
I love the feeling you get after we work really hard on something. Imagine they just spend like 5 hours on this and all of a sudden sundown comes and they got no investigation done. No, I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it was doing here.
I'm not sure. There's no statue like this on the stage plans.
Is it in? No. I don't see it in the art room. Still, I could swear I've seen this statue somewhere before. A bunch of clever were broken at the same time, but have been repaired. No one knows where it came from. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes.
At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues.
I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. And I'm guessing that's the art room, huh?
This wire's for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked.
Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. That's where the banners went.
The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there.
It's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Then that could be used to, I'm guessing that then is the rope that we saw, in the background of the photo. And yeah, that could definitely be used to move the corpse. I like how they made an entire statue with just a few pieces. Hey, well, you know, I'm guessing they also used like the smaller pieces that were left, scattered around.
Bingo, Fraulein! It's still crawling with cops, though.
Hey, anyone in the art room? Hey, anyone in the art room? I mean, you're a prosecutor. You can help. You can get us in there. Oh my god! Ah, fuck.
Ah! Isma! Poison! The poison for Cusco! Cusco's poison! That poison! Ah! It's you people! In justice we trust!
Ah, it's Detective Fulbright! In justice we trust!
Is that some kind of greeting between you two?
Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there?
Of course! Just leave it to me! How's that?
Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust.
Always glad to help. In justice we trust.
I love him so much. I think him and Gumshoe would get along great.
So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not?
Uh-huh. And it seems to have been tied up. That could definitely be used to transport a body. It looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Are we not going to rebuild Wright's statue? But my, that statue looks pretty big. The other statue Robin made, that's been smashed to bits. There's some larger pieces. We might be able to put this one back together too.
Yeah, but all I see are itty-bitty ones.
I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together with left just like this. We can always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Okay. It's fine. Body's gone. All that's left is a white outline. I never knew Professor Court personally, but seeing her reduced to white outline leaves me cold inside. But in a way, she still lives on in the messages she left behind. Like the stranger her body was posed and the sign of her wrist being bound. You're right. Let's use her final message to catch the killer. Gavin is just like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh, the Justice statue is much smaller than I expected. Hey, look at what I made. Not bad, huh?
You're like a recording artist who samples other people's work and calls it their own.
Oh my god! Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. In any case, we have a statue smasher in addition to a killer to catch now.
9. I suspect there might be one and the same.
I'm glad we have just Gavin tagging along for the investigation. The statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright.
The goddess bearing scales and a sword. She's a symbol of fairness and strength.
But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Oh, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. This pole supports the wire over the stage. Just seeing it makes me want to climb it. What's with your constant desire to run and climb things? What's wrong with being competitive? You need to man up a little, Apollo. Well, I'm not climbing that thing, that's for sure. I'd like to keep my spine intact.
Care to see where that wire goes? An impressive building, fit for an impressive school. Yeah, those beautiful walls are like a big blank canvas. See, my shoe print really leaves a distinct mark. Hey, cut that out before you get us in trouble. So, if we assume, right, that's the window to the art room, and that pulley system is connected to here, then yeah, then that means for some reason, if this were to be the the banner on the back of the stage, it would have been placed here for whatever reason. I wonder. What could it all mean? Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this, the bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. And there's blood. Jeez, you really have to? Come across an unflappable banner every day. You know, there's some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, it's a scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. I got it. Yes, great catch, huh? October Q120. Some kind of note. What does it say? October Q120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider what 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond perfect. Yeah, there's always extra credit. Fraulein, shall we inspect the banner again now that it's been unraveled? It appears to be a piece of paper from the notebook. The name Hugh is written on it. So it's clearly this notebook. It was ripped out. It doesn't match the format that we've seen, so... Okay, we'll need to figure out what that means at some point. It's a little hard to see from this angle. Let's look at it head on. Now. It's the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look! There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. Yeah, this was used to move the body. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might be from the victim's blood. And it was hung by a wire between the statue and the art room. A trace amount of blood was found on it. Whew. That whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there's one more thing I want to check out. Right. See that metal fence back there? It's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up, but they were never able to finish on account of the murder. You should take a look if you think it could be important. This track looks man-made. You're right, and it looks like it's set from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something was being dragged through here. This is where it started.
Yeah, but whatever it is, it's long gone.
It must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival.
Ah, then I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, could be something important. Huh. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right, I think we better search the art room next.
I think I'll hang around here for a while, but make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah?
Find what?
What else? The governor's banner that disappeared from the stage! You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand.
Really? Let's just want his banner back. Don't tell me. So, in short, that's... Hey.
Oh, she's gone.
That box, it just took off running! I have a pretty good idea who that is. As I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction, after that box! What is happening? I guess the body could have just been hidden behind the stage? Maybe. That seems like a very bad hiding place. Like someone could have just looked there. Maybe it was covered in like a sheet or something. The same ones that were used to cover up the statues. Possible. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. Just throw them away. Hey, did he change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I've worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you failure as a reporter. A failure as a reporter? Ah!
Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme.
Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away in a big pile of mushy paper mache. You're kind of responsible for this, but now's her chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? You read me like a book? If you want to give me a present, slip it through the hole in my box. Or if it's too big, you can open up the top and give it to me that way. So, which way is it gonna be? Either way creeps me out. I love this newspaper. The paper quality, the printing method, the smell of the ink. Could it be more perfect? Is it really that amazing? Nah, you just don't get it, do you? Toilet paper, hamster cage lining, window wiper. My paper is so awesomely versatile. I don't understand the contents run the entire spectrum of fecal matter as well. My script is way more popular than Juniper's. Really? Wow. Was that the majority opinion? Yep. My behind-the-scenes maneuvers, threats, and deceptions worked like a charm. Miriam, you may come as a surprise to you, but that's called cheating. Says you. I didn't break the law. Besides, the end justifies the means. That's what they teach us here. Apparently, some people are already thriving in the dark age of the law. Nothing here. No, you know, for a reporter, you really don't know much about anything, do you? I mean, you can at least try to make some shit up. Scuttling Scuttlebutt. That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look at this. That is the Governor's banner. Why are you showing me a burnt up old rag? But why was it burnt? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the Governor's logo there. So, is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burnt up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackquill actually make good on his threat to burn her box? You should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo. Yeah, Prosecutor Gavin was right, as always. You gotta trust him. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all of the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%, 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? Oh no, my photos! Stop! Cancel! Abort! Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you gonna do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know! Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all our hearts. Oh, Athena, that was cringeworthy. Oh, God. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. That's actually pretty good. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Okay, so I guess we don't need those anymore. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since their freshman year, so, well. Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a second, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking. That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. Yeah, because you don't have any friends because everyone hates you because you're a dick. How could you possibly know that? I love how done with everything Apollo is in this case. That's one abused laptop. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. No, we wouldn't. Ah, do you have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? Like I could ever do that? Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like a good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it, if that's all you want. Yay, I'll be by later to bring you by the laptop. Wait! It's not like I owe you anything, but here. Ooh, some pictures. That'll be helpful. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Like they're setting up the stage. Okay. We'll have a look at them in more detail after the conversation is over. Hal, look at them. They're putting the backdrop into place. Ah, there we go. That's what we saw. And that confirms the time. That's beautiful. You actually may have just saved this case. Good job. Now, you sure have an eye for photography. From what I can make out anyways. These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Huge win on that one. Holy shit. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. All right, the Right Anything Agency has obtained a reporter. I mean, I would have gone for Smart Brushel myself, but you know what? We take what we can get. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find him. Okay, let's take a look at some of these. So, burn, toss in the incinerator, later found by Miriam. It's just student setting up the stage backdrop. So, okay, so it's 6:01. The backdrop was being loaded. Yeah. The backdrop was being loaded onto the stage. At the time, it was hanging up there, right next to the window. It's at this moment that this picture was taken. Just by pure coincidence, they took this picture exactly as the backdrop was being set into place, and it actually showed up in the picture, which is therefore our proof that this picture actually took place at 6 a.m. since these photos are actually like time-stamped these photos were actually time-stamped by Miriam's camera. That is huge, actually. I still don't know why this clock is fast. We'll have to examine that a little bit. But yeah, at least we know for a fact that this photo was taken at 6, which actually, this photo was like one of the most incriminating pieces of evidence the prosecution had, so that's a huge win for us. And then, yeah, there's the Gaviner's logo and the Themis Academy logo are both set up there, so we know at this point in time the Gaviner's logo hadn't been burnt yet. That's good to know. Robin was starting to work on Phoenix's statue. Gavin's was already done. Then here we have a close-up. Obviously, so yeah, and Professor Means was obviously looking over the setting up of the stage, which means he was present here. He was at the school at 6. Then he talks to Robin, as Robin is sort of setting something. Yeah, he's talking to Robin about something, but I don't know what. Robin doesn't seem too happy about it, though. Interesting. And that's definitely Phoenix's, right? Because that's the pointing outstretched hand. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. There's also, yeah, and there's no track on the wall in either of these photos, which means whatever that mud on the wall, that took place after this. Let's go take a look, actually. Let's see what you think about some of these. Pretty impressive in the way you fixed that so quickly. I wouldn't really say I fixed it. I just looked at the pieces and saw how they fit together. Too bad we can't put Mr. Wright's statue back together, too. Ah, I totally forgot. But we're running out of time, so... Prosecutor Gavin and Lady Justice are back up. Mr. Wright still lies there shattered. It was totally your call. I promise not to say anything to Mr. Wright, as long as you don't make me run anymore. You wouldn't, would you? Once you take care of this case, I better come back and fix Mr. Wright's statue, too. Nothing to say about that. Nothing to say about the Governor song? Huh. One of the things that I don't like about this this game compared to the previous ones is I'm not allowed to examine everything. Like I want to examine this, you know? I want to look at it. But I can't. I'm only allowed to examine certain areas. Here, let me quickly head back to the stage. I want to just look at something. Oh yeah. Contribution to the case. Just wanted to say thanks for helping with our investigation. No danke necessary, Fraulein. I was doing this partly for myself too. I also have access to police data and gear. What with my many fans on the force. I assume you always get official authorization, right, Prosecutor Gavin? You're such a stick in the mud, her forehead. Let's just say I have my ways. So relax, unlike Professor Means. I believe there is no proper end without justifiable means. And that always includes a bright smile and some wicked air guitar. For a second there, I thought we were gonna get philosophical. For once. I mean, hey, if you're not loving what you're doing, what's the point of doing it at all? I found your banner. Why are you carrying a sooty mess of fabric around? Yeah, about that. This is kind of hard to say, but... This is the banner you've been looking for. It was found in the incinerator. What? This ash and cinder, that's all that's left? Somehow I don't think this is a random act of vandalism. Yes, it no doubt bears some relation to the case at hand. In short, this is a challenge directed at me and Governor fans everywhere. Mark my words, Fraulein. I will find the perpetrator behind this crime. Great, thanks. Does he mean whoever burned the flag or the professor's killer? I'll just cross my finger that they're one of the same. Okay, I need to look around a little bit. We pretty much finished searching around here, but just one more look. Yeah, there's this whole streak on the wall. Looks like something was dragged through the dirt here. Actually, start from behind the backdrop. I wonder what could have made that. I don't rule out a pro wrestler scraping by here. Oh, now you're getting oddly specific about your oddly random ideas. Yeah, this mark wasn't here before. Yeah, that's obviously the picture. That's the... yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, and so then that's the... So the uppermost window is the art club, if you look at the picture. Yeah, that's the one that's being covered by the backdrop as we look at it right now, so that makes sense. Yeah, no streak. What could have made that streak? Because, like, I can understand something being dragged on the ground and making a streak on the ground. But why is there dirt on the actual wall? Huh. Also, yeah. That's why the killer couldn't have used the same method that was used in the script, right? They couldn't have just dropped the body from the window, because if they did, it would have landed on the wrong side of the partition, and so they wouldn't have been able to, you know, get it to the location without going a really roundabout way, I'm guessing. So that's, I'm guessing, why they had to use the rope instead. Cool. Let's see if we can find Robin. Or Hugh. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, I wanted a word with you, if you don't mind.
If it was Mr. Wright, then sure. But you two? Nah.
I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you actually confessed in court.
Whatever. So, what do you want from me? Make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, but I assume you don't either.
Fair enough.
Your attorney's badge. Looks brand new. That's just also an experience.
Okay, yeah, we've seen most of this before, but I'll just go through it just to be sure. Is just me, or is this your name in here?
That's my name. How should I know what it's doing there? But being that the whole campus looks up to me, I'm not surprised to find my name mentioned here and there.
And I'm not surprised he said that, being the narcissist that he is.
That's from the archery club. We let the school use it for mock trial. Never figured it would end up being used as it was.
Of course, the real murder weapon isn't the arrow at all.
I know, but the fact remains that it was used in this whole insidious plot. But a mouth breather like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, archery is a sport that demands advanced mental focus, and the killer's actions have done harm to its image.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, except for the mouth breather remark.
And let's hope someday you will because it couldn't be more self-evident.
I like him less and less.
Random junk for some mouth breather. Makes you think I want to see that.
This was drawn by the girl you have a crush on.
Least you can do is make it more interesting, like by telling me how cool I am.
Who does this guy think he is?
I get it. This is your way of mocking my defeat. You like shoving people's shame in their faces.
Well, that is called a mock trial.
That's your modus operandi.
No, that wasn't my intention. Although, I kind of did that with Miriam. Besides, you were never actually defeated.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Or is this just a trick intended to provoke me?
That wasn't my intention either.
Then what was your intention? I know, you're trying to toy with my emotions.
Wow, this guy can't take being humbled old country style. Doesn't react to the statue. Yeah, and that's gonna be the same as the notebook. And, okay. Why did you confess? About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you?
Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done.
So, you're really prepared to take the blame for this?
Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female. That rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say here, the end justifies the means.
But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor.
Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin and I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be able to capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated?
You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Did Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? I mean, maybe, but again, it could have just been a ploy, knowing the fact that there wasn't enough evidence to convict him. So throwing himself on the sword actually seems to help, rule him out as a suspect. It's gonna take some serious thinking on my part. Sure looked like Prosecutor Blackpool was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Some sort of secret he's using against you?
I have no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold. I'm not through with you yet.
Heh, that seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me.
Leave and we'll just might discuss you know what.
Huh? No, wait.
One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it. What's all that about?
I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I'd open up to you?
So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin.
Hey, you're just wasting your time and mine. Next question.
Okay. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd. Why don't you want to see him?
I have no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can.
What is with these fucking flashes? Mr. Mean strikes again. Then again, he is in the lawyer course. Right, he's the most likely to have been influenced by Means. But didn't Professor Court used to say that only good result is the truth? Why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth?
Truth. You're gonna be sure it will help you solve the case. The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter.
No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says. I'm gonna defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory.
I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about the truth you're so interested in.
You.
But... don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand?
What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends.
Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually.
Were?
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I didn't really care about her anymore.
What? Why?
Because I have my secrets. She has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is.
What are you saying?
This conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time, and I meant it.
You wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore? Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on her testimony tomorrow. Dina, what do you say we head over to the art room? Be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyways. Oh, we're just going automatically, huh? Their falling out can't have happened before the mock trial, right? Because he was still going to confess his love for her. So that means the falling out must have happened sometime afterwards. I wonder if he found out that, I wonder if he found out that Juniper was gonna cheat to make Robin win so that he wouldn't confess his love for her. He might have taken that as an insult. I mean, that is kind of a very underhanded thing to do, although at the same time, public declarations of love are always dumb as shit as well. So, who knows? But I have to imagine it probably has something to do with that, or I don't know. But if their friendship is over, then then why try to take the blame in court? That doesn't make sense.
Why? This is my little lawyer friends again.
Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier.
Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about.
Right. So, this art room was where the murder actually occurred.
That's right. You can see it with the naked eye. But there's blood on the floor.
Oh, did we use a nice luminol reaction, I'm guessing?
That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. Police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out.
I'll turn the game up a little bit. I think it's a bit on the quiet side. Alright. Thank you, Detective. Let's show stuff to him first.
Ha! That's totally red. Mom took and play that game. And justice we trust. I like them apples.
Oh, and my controller died.
Pretty spiffy, huh? That abolished the leather case to a rich lusted daily. And once a week I apply an anti-rust protected to my bench.
Is all that really necessary?
Of course it is. That detective's badge is his first line of defense. I'm sure you treat your badge with tender loving care too.
Nina, I always see your badge gathering dust on your desk. And you usually scramble to find it right before leaving the office. No comment.
There's such a symbol of justice. Here's mine. In justice we trust.
I'd be happy if I never saw one of those again.
A mock trial is the key to this case. How much I'm sure.
Yeah, but even if the case and the script are similar, doesn't mean Juniper's guilty. I already proved that in court this morning.
Oh, right. That could be a problem. What to do? What to do?
Well, let's get back to our investigation.
Hey, don't walk away like that. Even champions of justice need help sometimes.
Seriously? He wants me to help him convict our client?
Hey, he's trying his best. That's going to give the prosecution a decisive advantage. Prepare to get on tomorrow.
I don't think so. We have new evidence that will blow your case out of the water.
Oh, yeah? Well, Prosecutor Blackwell is a witness ready to deliver a brand new testimony. Plus, he has a new tie and a pair of even flimsier shackles just ready to break. Tomorrow's trial will be ours. In justice we trust.
Well, tomorrow I'll be using a new shampoo and I'm changing breakfast cereals too. What about you, Apollo? It'll be new with you tomorrow. I think I should approach the case with a fresh new attitude. It's what's on the inside that's important. We'll be fine as long as we stand strong. Wow, Apollo, that's actually really inspiring. Right, more decisive evidence. That is, in fact, a symbol of justice, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's have a chat. Actually, before we look in the art room, I do just want to walk around and see if we can find see if we can find Robin. Because we haven't talked to her. Nowhere to be found. Okay. Let's actually have a chat first. Anything new, Detective Fulbright?
Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet.
He sure is confident for having found nothing.
But if we're attacking outside the art room, there's been a major breakthrough.
Oh dear, unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do.
No need for theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one.
Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned?
You wanna know? You really wanna know? You really?
Oh, come on, just tell us already.
Oh, fun. Anyway, we got the results of the voice print analysis back.
Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder?
Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, without a shadow of a doubt. See right here? I analyzed the voice of the tape inside out.
Well, we'll have a look at that.
And you thought the voice on the tape was saying you are Connor! No thanks for the good love, Miss Sykes.
He's the last person I want laughing at me. So, now there's evidence of Juniper shouting you're a goner around the time of death. If you were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Juno would shout that in the first place. Let's see. Issue. Does the voice shouting "You're a goner" belong to Juniper Woods? The voice is a perfect match. Not one. Testing is underway regarding signs of post-recording editing. It's about 1 minute 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. Okay. So yeah, I guess the tape could have been faked, right? Because we know Juniper shouldn't have been there at 7. So he was there at 6. And I don't really... I can't really picture Juniper shouting "You're a goner" to someone. I guess it could still be Hugh O'Connor, right? Because she did meet with Hugh, so it could be her saying Hugh O'Connor. Post-recording editing. Yeah, I think we're gonna just need the further testing to come out. As of right now, we can't really make any snap decisions. At 7:10, Juniper had supposedly left the room and never came back. Why was the clock wrong? Yeah. Alright. Got a lot of things to look at. Let's look at the unrelated stuff first. Hey look! That's you on the mobile, Apollo! A red demon! A red demon? Looks more like a snake crawled around a bush to me.
No, see me antenna and the yellow spots on its back. Anyone can see it's a ladybug.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
We can investigate this further at a later date, agreed?
Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. 3 idiots in a room trying to solve a murder. Incredible stuff. Oh, hold on. It looks like there's a prosecutor's badge on the top of the statue. It's not as if you look real close, another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh look, it has a title. Guilty, Guilty, Guilty. I'm real creative. Alright, either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. That's a prosecutor's badge? Have we seen any prosecutor wear one of those? Looks like a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long. Not with the way she deals with her own work, anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. Looks just like bloodstains on the way Blaze has dribbled on it. Just like bloodstains?
And just as we trust that does look like bloodstains, we better examine it at once.
I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is. then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces? That means the body very well could have been drawn from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. Maintenance area is below.
The maintenance area is below this room. Yeah, the storehouse there has a mat and a ball cart.
So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. Not quite. Killer sure had a thing for Junie's script.
Well, what did you expect? That's why you suspected the defendant in the first place.
Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. Yeah, there's that statue's missing. Alright, let's look up here first. Three busts sitting on the shelf. Judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or a prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed out looking one the defendant. There's another one that's falling onto the floor. Which one fell, lawyer or the prosecutor? Think, Apollo, think! This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. This is the clock that created the major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look.
Don't waste your time. I've checked it and it's 100% accurate.
You sure? How'd you check it?
Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see?
Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped?
It has? That is unacceptable.
We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 whole hour. Well, Detective?
But...
And this clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face.
Wait just a minute! That clock is an hour ahead right now, sure! But what proof do you have that it was running ahead of the day of the crime?
The backdrop. That's a good question. Wait, I think I just might have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right?
Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book.
But if you look at the window in the back, winch attached to it, you'll see the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building.
Then, what's this moon doing here?
I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you're scheduled to perform the school festival, weren't you?
That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. Yep.
Isn't it the same one that's painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, Detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. Why are we not saving this for the trial?
Take that!
I know what this moon really is. If you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows the moon in the photo came from, and the truth in Junie's testimony.
What? Where does it show that?
If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear. Yep.
Take that!
They're still preparing the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. It's a big board hanging in here. The size matches too.
But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail.
It is, but I believe that we're seeing on this photo is the back of the board.
But back of the...
That's right. And around 6 p.m. when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front.
What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall!
That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting...
Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop?
Exactly. In short, this photo was taken when the backdrop was being moved. As you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. Bro, we just annihilated this poor man. So the art room clock was running fast, at least as far back as the day of the murder.
Oh, How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now?
Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence.
Alright, we just need to do that with all the other ones, too. So yeah, the statue that was here is completely gone. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right. I wonder where it is. I'm a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe you could shed some light on this. Some wire and a winch. So, this is how they reeled the banners in and out. A nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. It really wasn't you, Apollo. Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. I can see the other half of the building over there. And the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out earlier. Yeah, thanks for the help, Detective.
The true champion of justice always comes running to those in need.
Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow?
Alright, let me think.
Well...
I'm not falling for that.
Ah, so close, I could almost taste it. That's, I'm guessing that's important, so we're gonna avoid that for the time being. Mock trial script on the floor and nearby the envelope marked use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt. And the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I don't want to take part in that mock trial if she begged me. Let's hear there's special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Court, considering how much he valued the truth. I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you have the title memorized already? Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. Hell no. Oh wait, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial?
And just as we trust, it's no use trying to pry information out of me. Having just learned that clock had been 1 hour fast, we turned back to square one concerning the subject's actions that day.
Wonder what that main argument will be about now.
How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans.
Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright?
Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation.
No, wasn't gonna ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin.
Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. She mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall.
Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Not quite. I still got some things I want to look at. Oh, student improves self-portrait. Picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, that's the artist's right name. See, Court. Oh, Professor Court must have painted it. Oh, she painted Junie. This is what they consider art. I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her. Those pity and dissing eyes. What's this again? Her name is on the tip of my tongue. There's a paint palette here. No surprise there, considering this is an art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You, on the other hand, are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying the two of us have to work together to solve this case. Oh, what if this is Professor Court sending us a message from beyond the grave? What about the blob right next to it? The one with red and green? Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious greens in your diet? You saying Professor Court is watching over her dietary habits from the pearly kids? Oh, wow, I guess you just hear Clavier shouting from the other side. She really was the best, wasn't she, her forehead? Picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, and it's the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. Also painting Junie. Is this Juniper? These colors are different, but... Oh, look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacked Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin. Huh. I think this is plenty good myself. Wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. It's so artistic looking you don't even fucking recognize her, apparently. I just came here when Apollo said that. Hey, this is the area with the rope around it.
Well, that's where we detected a large blood stain. It's short the victim was stabbed here, huh? Somewhere close by.
The fact there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right?
Right, but we were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it up does not remove all the evidence of wrongdoing. And that,
In a nutshell, is justice, right?
I'd appreciate it if you'd let me up my cool lines.
Oh. Yeah, him and Gumshoe would definitely get along great. Is that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Mostly everyone from the judge course submitted one.
The victim, Constance Court, was the Fine Arts Club advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her author duties. This is where I keep a bunch of scripts, but I wager that's how they end up here.
Or stressed out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels. It must be, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You don't want to talk, Apollo. Me? What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the film Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. Yeah, it is kind of a mess. I remember in the fucking, like, in the second game, I think, how Phoenix worries that having, like, a Steel Samurai poster up on the wall is getting him weird looks from clients. And now, just looking at the disaster that the Wright & Co. law offices have become. Alright, I think we're done here. There she is. Robin. Hey, Robin. Oh, Athena, Apollo. What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything. U-W-A-N-T. Okay, first we'll present some evidence. Whoa! Check out your badge! What do you think? Nice and shiny, huh? Yeah, it's awesome! If the plating ever starts to peel or it gets all bent up, let me fix it up for you. Really? Thanks. No problemo. I'll have some primo clay and glaze at the ready, just in case! Wait, what does clay have to do with my badge? Yay, a present from Athena! Oh, this is so exciting! I'm sorry, but it's not a present. I wanted to know whether you knew anything about it. That's so nice, Athena! Why are you so cranky today? It wasn't until a moment ago. Robin! I love Robin. She's great. Oh, that's Juniper's stage costume. It's so C-U-T-E. Why don't you try it on, Athena? Come on, just try it. It's really pretty to look at, but it's really not my style with all the frills and stuff. What? No, that's not true. I mean, there's a Cinderella inside every girl. You'll look great in anything. Just put it on and brush on some yellow glaze. It's your favorite color, right? Then in the killing you go! How would you like that? Rare? Medium? Well done? So when she said Cinderella, she literally meant to burn me to cinders. Whoa, deja vu, man! It's like I can almost taste my near victory again! But no! The final showdown was canceled because of murder! This topic sure seems to strike a raw nerve. Hope it doesn't come between you guys. You kidding? Our friendship? It's like a diamond, only tougher. It's like a powder keg before a spark! It's like the calm before the storm! In other words, it's under a lot of pressure and ready to blow at any moment. Ooh, Lady Justice! That's so C-U-T-E! You think this is cute? Yeah, totally! The balance of the scales, the keenness of the sword, the cracks running all the way up. Oh, this one's only because I put it back together. Ooh, I totally know what you mean. It's that feeling you get when something is so cute you want to smash it to bits. R-I-G-H-T. Ah! Sorry, but that sounds more like a case of the crazy than a fondness for the cute. Oh man! That's my blood, sweat, and tears in a pile of rubble again! Why not make the statues again? I'm sure the two of them would be delighted. Yeah, I could totally do that. And this time, I'm gonna make them even more realistic and making full body molds of my models. Full body molds? Are you sure that's safe? How about plain old measurements? Oh, Athena, measurements of her wimps, full on YOLO is what art's all about. I'm gonna drop both of them into a big pool of plaster, yeah! I know I should stop you, but some part of me really wants to see how this plays out. Alright, cool. Let's have a chat. Why did you confess? About your confession today. Why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right, the end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Professor Means, too. Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H. She brushed that one off like a pro. With that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist! That's what I really want, man! But no! My parents wanted me to study to become a prosecutor! And if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Talking about someone who literally changes at the bed of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems, too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. Did you tell us about what you were doing the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. You had the statue of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Yeah, I did. Both of them. It's just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at the time? Can't I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both you and Robin were still at school at 7 p.m. Neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. One of them really have murdered Professor Court. Any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Oh, I must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this and this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Oh, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty please. Okay, I guess we're getting rid of that. Cool. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. No, that's just Miriam. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. Why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body.
That could definitely be Juniper.
That would explain the "you're a goner." But rumor has it grades are being bought and sold through the surveillance network. That's bribery! The situation at Athena's Legal Academy is worse than I thought. Oh, this is important stuff. I still want to ask about the thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. This. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. You know what this is? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man! Professor Court's artistic sense. Yeah, she definitely went for the more sort of abstract work, as we saw in those paintings. Whereas Robin goes more so for realism. Mr. Court's artistic sense? That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room. It's one of Professor Court's works, wasn't it? That statue in the photo is originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Court had planned on placing it in the judges' bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. He said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet! Just look at that wild silhouette. It's so C-U-T-E. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Nina, Lady Justice that you put back together on the stage. Oh, right, I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in this photo? What in the world was it doing on the stage? Yeah. Interesting. Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds like good to me. How do you want to watch it? Oh, classroom desks in this school have their own built-in computers, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Okay.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today.
Oh, that sounds like Professor Means.
The mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival, will begin shortly.
Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's a fixed position in front of the stage.
When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Some teacher's speeches always make me so sleepy. Let's just skip to the end of his speech.
Now let the mock trial begin.
Okay, so at 2 p.m. I mean, not at 2 p.m. That's like what? Oh. I'm guessing that's noon. I'm guessing it's a 12-hour clock. Why would you have a 12-hour clock? It's whatever. For a video like this. Okay, so this is at. Wait, no, but. Oh, that's not a clock. That's just how far into the video we are. I'm stupid. Okay. So we know the trial begun at 2 p.m. So this is a photo at 2 p.m. and Juniper is here. We didn't find the body until what? It must have been around 3 or something. Hey, what's the deal here? This Junie's so large in this shot. Maybe she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself, she had a lot to do to keep the script details in secret. She was all over the place all day. I see. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Ah, so that's what the lecture hall looks like. Like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand out front. What about those balconies with the professor's names on them? Professor Court, faculty Professor Means. Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. I see. Let's fast forward this a bit. So, And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! This is 12 minutes into the trial, and we can't see Professor Means. That means he could have left while the trial was going on, just nipped out for a couple of minutes, and we wouldn't know. Ah, that was me, could you tell?
Objection! A frail Cohen used her bare hands to sever a professor with an arrow? I don't think so.
You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Y'all need some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted, "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the fabrication that we've been looking for. So they took the voice line from the wait, no. If she did shout this, there must have been a recording in the trial as well. So that's the recording that they presented as if it had been real. So that was her saying that for the mock trial. I see. Wow, what an emotional performance. He put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? I think that's necessary. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted, "You're a goner!" but I didn't mean it. Stop, did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Let's show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case. There we go.
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner! Voice and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. That's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice for analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. If the real killer had foreseen the gender would become a key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get this tape analyzed as soon as possible. But I still don't trust Professor Means. Want me to assist you with that? Hey! Prosecutor Gavin, at least make some kind of noise to know, so we know you're here. What, didn't you hear my backing music start playing? It's go big or go home with rockstar entrances, Fräulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be all right? Very much so, thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Not about time you head over to the detention center. I think Judy will read this as something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this is what I'd find. So is it really gonna be Hugh? And that about covers the main gist of our investigation.
I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today.
Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it will be getting dark soon, so... Junie, you must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me. I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery, and we're going to bring you solid evidence showing you just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please, just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. Is Robin still here? She is, cool. Nothing else to talk about? I don't think so.
I liked your whole diagram is gonna play into something, right?
Yeah, court Means could easily leave the trial without people noticing. Without it being recorded on the tape. So. The voice in this recording has been proving to be yours, Junie. In the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. The only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. That doesn't make any sense. Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. Yeah, that's something that I talked about. He hadn't confessed right then as well? Wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Wait, Athena. Oh, finally, something juicy. My bracelet reacted just now. It did, but why? And it really might be Hugh after all. Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? None of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. No, I'm sure of it. She's lying. Let's go!
You is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble.
Gets outstanding grades? I'm not seeing anything. Let's look at her hand and face here. He gets outstanding grades. I'm not seeing anything. What? Okay, we looked at her hand and her face. All right. Okay, let's just look at her face. Did her face shift there? I'm not sure. Let me look at that again. I don't think so. I don't think it's her face. All right, let's look at her hand. This hand. I don't see the hand moving. Let's look at the other hand. But the other hand is all the way down there. If that's her tell, then I don't know how we're gonna find it. This mechanic feels so redundant in investigations. I mean, I like it. I like that it's still here. I just don't know where her tell is. Let me look at her face again, because I thought I saw something. No, her face doesn't change at all. Ah, she's...
Gotcha!
Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. Ah! You can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. When you said "it never causes trouble," cough escaped to make your scarf flutter. As for how you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret about me? I don't understand.
I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I didn't really care about her anymore.
But why?
Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is.
Right, she's the snitch, is she? Ended their friendship after he found something about Junie's secret, which means you must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You're Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. Right. So that's the routine report. Was the reports that she was getting from Junie, and she apparently told her something about Hugh, and that's why she spoke with him. I mean, it really just, like, all the evidence just seems to point to Hugh being the killer. Here they're watching everything we do, activities, our relationships, our interests. And yeah, if Hugh had to, I think this might end up being my initial theory, that Hugh had done something illegal, and Junie ratted him out, and so he was gonna get kicked out of school, so he killed Court. But then again, if he killed Court to keep her quiet, Juniper could still go on and, like, just tell his secret to, like, a different professor, right? According to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Unless I'm going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence to see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something to prove that Junie's the snitch, and Hugh's connected to the case. I don't think that's it. I think it's the court planner? Yeah. Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is to mean when the snitch would report to Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private because of the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put 2 and 2 together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense, only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Thena. I have been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugh from the start. You did. Now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. Oh, you were just trying to protect your own friend. Juniper, it doesn't have that special kind of... I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. But I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo. Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. Come on, give me something that I can use to swing this on to fucking Professor Means. I want to trust Hugh. I want to trust him like you trust him. But for that to happen, you need to tell me everything. What exactly was your role as the class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. Wait, Sarandon, maybe you were right. Maybe Kristoff was a Themis graduate. Because, like, what other Themis graduate can we think about, you know? The dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of her students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view.
I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic.
She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner was the one from October 22nd. It's part of that. Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend.
had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through school. If that's the case, that evidence has always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. Yeah, this one, right?
Take that!
I found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. Didn't know the number meant time. Now that I'm hearing about bribes. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was Athena. Yeah, I guess this is just like a standard Themis Academy notebook that so this could have been any professor. But the one he would have been bribing would have been Professor Means, because he was Means' student. Must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. It's more, take a look at this mark. The same mark on the page as Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? I don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. But... That's impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. It started out as a little argument, soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No! I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me! There's another reason? Come on, give me the dirt. I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial, right? Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh, Ina. Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands... His hands were dripping with blood.
She said it. But why? I mean, yeah, definitely blood loss, so that could definitely be the case, but if he was moving the body, she would definitely have gotten blood on himself. What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer, but my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore. Ina! So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie. Must have been terrible holding all that in. It's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. That's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat the prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me.
Nina, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. We have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it.
Don't worry. I already know what the prosecution's key piece of evidence is fake. Thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too! Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Yeah, don't say that. Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. I still don't think it's you. Oh, look, it's literally basically the exact same time as the mock trial started in the game. That's crazy. Also, yeah, I guess this game uses, or I guess no, that wasn't the time. That was the I keep confusing time and how far into the video it was. I missed the Apollo Justice suspense theme. I did quite like it, yeah. Alright, we're gonna use this opportunity to take a little break, but we will be continuing. I am too invested in this case to wait possibly like another week to continue it. So we will be continuing shortly. I'm gonna go get a bite to eat and something to drink, and then I will be right back. Put on some music. Love Guilty will do. Christoph has helped us quite a lot. So, are we finished today? No. We will be continuing and doing the trial. I think we'll be finishing the case today, definitely. I'm just gonna take a break before, because I do need it. So yeah, I will be right back.
what we can uncover.
One that defies your world, gives you truth and life. One that excels, special, remind to guide your way through this shadow world. I tried to imagine what it'd be like without knowing you're always right by my side. No doubt I can't imagine unknowing trust like I know with you. Lies come in many forms and some look like truth, but we won't let that confuse me and you. We found that way to see what's right for ourselves. We found out truth in someone else. We got faith in each other. As souls have got the same burning need to find out what's need to cover up.
The one can be without the true others. So let's get together, see what we can uncover.
Let there be someone there that shares truth and love. Who really cares and knows we can only share our truth through one that defies your world, gives you truth and life. One that excels, special,
took me 10 years to find the answers I made. I forgot about it in 2 seconds. I don't have anything that's really important to me. That's why everything is beautiful.
There we go. All right, we are back. Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Let's go ahead and yes, we are finishing the case today. Hopefully, it's just the third day, but the way things are playing out, I think this will be the last day in court. So, yeah, let's do that. I am in standing mode now. I can move around a bit more. I fucking do my own objections. All right, let's get to it, shall we? You been asleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept. I ran a total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. It looks like you're about ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The vocal analysis. The voice print analysis came back and the results couldn't be more clear. That voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. That's my boy right there. That's my goat. Look at him go. I love Clavier so much. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. I need my phone for the chat. Hold on. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. I see. So they did record over something. That's gonna be huge! Huh? Who's there? Wait, box? See who it was? No. Got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. God damn it. What if he saw our hand? Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Boxcar were listening in too. I'll make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift for you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Your turn! I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine! We love that. Oh, I love Clavier so much. I'd love to see Edgeworth meet Clavier, you know? I think they'd get along really well, especially with how Edgeworth is now. Now that he's, you know, gone through his whole character arc and it's all about, like, finding the truth and shit. Yeah, I think he and Clavier would actually enjoy being, like, the only non-asshole prosecutors around. Oh, and Burn Faraday as well. That's his name, I just remembered.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready as well. Or, I mean, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell?
All right, I keep forgetting that this is just Gatto again.
Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understood?
Your boldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury.
Oh shit, they might all end up getting kicked out of fucking out of Themis anyways. Goddamn. Burn is dead though. True, but he was a prosecutor who was good and actually cared about finding the truth, even going as far as forming the Yatagarasu to do so. So, like, as far as I know, there have been 3 good prosecutors in this entire series. Burn Faraday, Miles Edgeworth, after a bit of character development. Clavier Kevin. We don't know much about Neil Marshall, but from what we heard, I guess Neil Marshall seemed to be an all right guy, but we don't have enough information to make a judgment either way, I don't think. Emo weeb version of Gatto, yeah, basically. So I just had a really interesting thought, because I've been while I was on my trip and I was out of town, I actually started watching someone play through the original Ace Attorney trilogy, and they were you know, they played through Rise from the Ashes, and honestly, my love for Rise from the Ashes is even greater than it was before. There's just so much good stuff in there that I didn't notice the first time through. And I actually think, aside from Hobo Phoenix and Apollo Justice, Rise from the Ashes is probably when we see Phoenix be the smartest we've seen him. Like, him trapping Gant by using evidence law is so fucking brilliant. And, like, legitimately, like, so good. Remember what channel it was? It was Crystal, the streamer. And yeah, she just finished playing through the main trilogy. I'm very excited for her to start playing Apollo Justice. Is the best Phoenix in the trilogy. RFA Phoenix and Edgeworth are both fantastic, because they're both because you can tell that Phoenix is finally shedding off the rookie thing that he does in the first game, where he doesn't really know what's going on and, like, is fully in control of his defense case, while at the same time Edgeworth has fully shed his, like, results by any means necessary bullshit and is actually working to find the truth. And they both work together so well to uncover the truth of the case. It's so fucking good. It's part of the reason why RFTA is so good. But I just completely forgot how good the moment of Phoenix outsmarting Gant is. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Mr. Cowboy Man himself, Detective Marshall. His brother was Neil. I forgot what his first name was. Or Officer Jake Marshall, right? So the funny thing that I just realized, right, is that from our perspective, right, Prosecutor Blackwell is a fucking weeb, right? From the Japanese perspective, Prosecutor Blackwell is very different, because him being like this, like, obsessed with samurai stuff is actually not him being a weeb. It's just him being like like old-fashioned like Japanese values or whatever, but it's still very weird, I'm guessing, right? And I just realized that's actually how we see Jake Marshall, right? Because Jake Marshall in the American version of the game is an American who cosplays as a cowboy because he like romanticizes like Texas and like the Wild West and whatever, right? Just like for the Japanese, Prosecutor Black Quill is just a guy cosplaying as a samurai because he romanticizes the old eras of Japan and the samurai, right? Meanwhile, from our perspective, we see Black Quill as a weeb who's obsessed with Japan for no reason, whereas in the original version of the game, the Japanese saw Jake Marshall, because he was Japanese in the original version, as a Japanese guy completely obsessed with American culture. So it's actually really funny how the perception that we have of Black Quill and Jake Marshall, if you swap them, those are the perceptions that the Japanese audience has for them. And I think that's really interesting how they're sort of mirror characters in that way. I'd like to see Black Quill and Marshall interact.
Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he's paying for his failure as we speak.
Well, what I'll say about Black Quill is at least I haven't caught him like trying to hide evidence yet, which is decent. I don't think I've seen him cheat. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will we? The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage. And I mean to prove it here this day.
It's just like Detective Fulbright said, but what else does he have up his sleeve?
My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. The blood was also found in some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. And though there was nary a scratch on the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage.
That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either.
Why you?
Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth.
Is this Hugh? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we can, let's see if you're gonna be, let's see if you're the real culprit after all. I think we should have a pretty good idea after this testimony.
Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy. I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told the lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So, I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes.
What is he up to now? You know? Hey. What did Mia always say? We have to believe in our client. And if Junie is our client, we must believe in her. And if Junie, our client, believes Hugh to be innocent, then we have to believe in her and therefore believe in Hugh. I think that's just how it is. But I think before we can expose the true culprit, we're gonna need to drag some of Hugh's secrets out into the light.
Our court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now, your testimony, please.
What O'Connor saw.
A lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area.
Sorry, what's that, what's that? What did Von Karma do? Wall. There's a wall, dumbass.
She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. Real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes?
I think I'll live.
Or maybe. Then I was going to bring up something else entirely. Against your client.
Never a snuppy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible.
Protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage. A mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse.
Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after she'd used it?
Objection!
Oh, there's plenty wrong. But there is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body.
The body wasn't moved using a mat, dumbass. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. Drag marks you saw behind the stage were made by the mat. Yeah, and I guess if they were dragging a large mat, that would explain why it also got on the wall.
If only mat of that thickness. Was where the body is assumed to have been dropped. It would be hard to deny a possible link in this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant, perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Okay. Oh, it was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty.
Hold it!
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it right there!
What? I was just getting to the important part.
Eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes Dono. Your heavy breath heaves to where I stand.
Objection!
How rude! A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far.
So, the only issue is distance. You're not denying you're a heavy breather.
I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not. Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion on you. What about my own self-esteem?
Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial.
Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. So the question here I'm getting is like, okay, so he says this is the truth, right? But then why didn't he share, if his goal was always to just frame Juniper for the murder, right? If he's the killer and his goal was to frame Juniper for the murder, why wouldn't he testify to all of this yesterday, right? It's a pretty damning testimony that he chose to withhold from the court. Like, Blackwell even had to fucking blackmail him to get him to testify against Juniper yesterday. You know? Okay, do I think him jumping on the sword and like trying to admit to guilt at the end of the trial was him sort of trying to protect himself? Maybe. I think that's a definite possibility. That being said, right? That being said, his behavior overall is really not that of someone who is trying to, you know, who is trying to pin the crime on someone else, you know? Like, it took us telling him to tell the truth for him to say this, so I don't know. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
Hold it!
Our client was simply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused is essential to moving the body.
If we win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the academy.
Now, show me how to show you the truth. You'll have my full cooperation.
Vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area.
Hold it!
Obviously, that's not possible.
Mr. O'Connor, are you positive that you were standing exactly where you said?
Now it's between the stage and the maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop.
He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where Hugh was standing when he saw June. Nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper.
Oh, before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. She was heading towards me, so I assume she was on her way to the maintenance area.
Okay? You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive.
Objection!
Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life.
Objection!
Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal.
Hi, Justice Dono.
Our assertion is Juniper was simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse over in the maintenance area.
Precisely. Therefore, there is naught wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It is your wild charges that are the issue here. But I cannot help if you keep seeing red.
He's going to get a face full of justice, Apollo style, if he keeps that up.
Ah, anyway, I saw her heading towards me.
Alright. I have time to stand around and see what she did after that. I mean, that seems kind of crucial.
Then it's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection!
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty.
Yeah, but what if the mummies moved during the mock trial?
Ergo, the only possible suspects were the 3 trial participants.
I know, thank you for stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confidence sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading. Doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like you could be leading you right into a trap. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. All I can do is charge forward with both eyes open.
It's not a trap if you know it's a trap, you know? That's how it works.
Objection!
Vantage point my ass.
So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area. Let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. You see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here?
Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest.
Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen her client behind the stage backdrop.
Oh my! But the screen would have been completely in the way!
That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point.
Huh. Ah, ouch! Order, order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen, right. It must have slipped my mind.
What? Are you telling me Mr. Genius forgot something as literally as big as that?
There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have. And the genius level lapse of memory that people like me have.
Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already?
Will the witness please restate what he remembers, minus the lapse in memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper. From the stage side of the screen.
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind you this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the side of the screen, the witness himself would have also had to have been in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor.
Huh. Ouch!
Very strange. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Apollo got jump scared.
Alright, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest.
The truth? What truth?
The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he is between the maintenance area and the stage.
But then the screen would have blocked his view of.
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high.
You know, look at the photo again. Do you think on the other side of the screen, being high enough to see the stage? No way! This crane right here? I remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body.
It's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised.
I recall making no such promise.
Is this what Blackwell was blackmailing Hugh over? But it can't be the murder, because if it is, then then Blackwell would just be ruining his own case by revealing it. What is Hugh's secret then?
It was you who came blethering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information.
Ah!
What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? What's it got to do with going into the crane?
Golden Boy did not go up into that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds.
Oh! That is him? I thought that looked kind of like him. I guess it could be. Like when I first saw this photo, I thought it was like, oh, is that Hugh? I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. But I guess it could be, yeah. Does he have something around his neck? Guess we don't see because he's wearing a different outfit now. So that could definitely be him.
But if he was working as a crane operator, then he could also help. Then he could also position the. No, that doesn't make any sense. Forget about that. I was gonna say he positioned the backdrop behind the window so it appeared in the picture, but he had no way of knowing that the photo was being taken, and actually the backdrop being in the photo would actually hurt his case. So let's ignore that. How does this tie into the case then?
What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane?
And why before the trial?
The witness, sir. I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
I've got a photo.
Hold it!
Actually, there just might be something that proves you did.
What?
If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it'd be limited to a single day. You're probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is that what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as Cor can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor.
Are you serious? This is ridiculous.
But
How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains.
okay. What the fuck does this have to do with the case? Why is he trying to keep this secret? The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let us bring the facts to light.
That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose we to do that?
The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. Not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. Clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining... yeah, his neck. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then, are you saying you mean to...
Disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck.
Guess I have no choice.
Ah,
Oh my.
so where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? Is that the sign of their friendship? That they're not meant to show to anybody?
I didn't buy it. It's handmade. There's only one like it in the world.
And he's still wearing it, is he? That's interesting. I thought you were no longer friends with Junie. Why are you still wearing it? Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed?
You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, about that, see, I'm a genius, so, you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy.
No, Prosecutor Blackpool, please don't!
High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you. Does it, Mr. O'Connor?
Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? Did he get held back?
No, please!
Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took 7-year break from a school.
Wait, come again?
Take a gander at the official school enrollment registration. It's all right there.
Ah! Ouch!
25? You mean he's older than me?
A 25-year-old high school student.
What is happening in this case?
7-year break. 7 years. I have just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year... For a 7-year break? I think you have that backwards, Athena.
Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine own 7 years in a row.
Only you could get away with using only like that.
Enough of this jibber jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so.
But why was he working as an operator during the day? Okay, whatever.
That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further.
Considering the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me?
As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was you doing in the crane right before the mock trial? Exactly, thank you. He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Sykes.
I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before.
Interesting.
Mr. O'Connor, you're using the crane too. Are we actually just accusing him? Whew! Alright, go for it. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved in the script, like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter,
Then why did you object?
save that this does not bode well for you.
Wait, he's on my side this time, or is this another trap?
Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed.
Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity.
I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this.
Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain.
You wish! My hand was injured and required surgery.
Come on, give me some evidence. Duh, hands out a few. His hands were covered in blood. Right? That's what Junie said, so... When? When did this happen?
That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time.
I see.
I've already verified this at the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say.
So how do you hurt it?
Guess you don't need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case.
I think it does, because this might actually save you from getting convicted as the murderer. Because it might mean those bloody hands of yours weren't actually the victim's blood, but your own.
2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness is incapable of moving the body by crane.
So why was he in the crane then? No, I'm the fool.
I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanted to keep my part-time job a secret. I had to do it just before the mock trial instead.
Here I thought this was a big break. What? Oh, I guess moving. Okay, I guess driving the crane you can do it one-handed, but actually operating the arm, you need a second hand, I'm guessing. That's at least how I'm interpreting this, which, okay, that would make sense. I think that works.
Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim.
The body was dropped out of a 3rd-story window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a bulk cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention.
Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body.
Yeah, no. They used the banner. That's why there's blood on it. I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if you assume the body was moved per her script. So as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body would have been moved. But... oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Yes.
Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And
if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Is that correct, your baldness?
Yeah, object to that. No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right?
well, that would show that the man had nothing to do with the case.
There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence.
You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grit. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. There you go. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Here we go. We're getting somewhere now. Someone could have easily used that thing.
Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us.
All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of a possibility. The mat on the ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. Yeah. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together.
Might I propose an idea? Might you do well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance?
This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackquill. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. The wire strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. That's not how physics works, but sure. Well, I mean, how it's shown in the diagram. And the way it's shown in the actual, the actual stage is fine. The body would have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your amateur theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
I just realized we haven't actually, gotten a contradiction and a testimony yet this day. No, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You only had one testimony so far. I didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought when we investigated the stage yesterday. The bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried?
Well, go on, please explain.
The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and set down the wire. The body would have been down at the stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat.
I've heard the phrase carrying the banner. But the banner during the carrying?
That would also explain why the body was in a weird shape and why it was tied. Because they needed the body to be in a tight form. You know, they couldn't have the body flopping around. They needed to be, you know, make it as small as possible so that it would be actually could fit into the banner pouch.
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse, performing that absurd hardwire act.
If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it.
I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area.
Yeah, that was fake evidence. Planted by the killer to make it look more like the script.
Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case.
Oh, the bloodstained pottery. I remember that. This doesn't look good. I'll be back to the map theory if you don't do something.
Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act.
My wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been... Yeah, it could have... Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from?
Shame on you, Sykes Dunno. Have a little more respect for the constabulary.
Right. I thought I was a goner. I thought he had me. I was like,
Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fulbright.
and then he's just like, oh, I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I didn't want the test analysis. I think you have too much faith in the constabulary, if I'm gonna be honest. That place has been a mess ever since Chief Gant got locked up.
Fulbright.
Looks like they didn't check it. And don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes.
Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run.
True, but in the meantime, I'm gonna press my claim as far as I can.
Your baldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant.
Oh, of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back.
My thoughts are that it's gonna be Hugh's, and that's how he hurt his hands. We know for a fact that Hugh was seen with hands bloody. I still don't believe he's the killer, which means the blood on his hands must have been his own. That also ties in with his injury, which means if he somehow hurt himself, we should be able to find his blood somewhere. I'm just, we'll have to see. Because, I mean, that still ties him to the scene of the crime, don't get me wrong, but I think as long as that blood on his hands is not was not Court's blood, I think we still have a chance to save all three, to save Junie and her friends, which I think, as, you know, if that's what she wants, I think that's what we should try to go for. Now, it turns out Hugh is the killer, we'll convict him, but, you know, if we can chase an alternate path, we shall see.
Oh my, that was quick.
What a history if this turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's.
It seems the blood was not from the victim.
What?
Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved in this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor.
Score, bitch! Woohoo! Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, so. And now Hugh Connor becomes the primary suspect, I'm pretty sure. But I still not satisfied with this outcome. No. But Hugh, I'm gonna need you to be honest with me. Only that can I save your sorry ass and find the real killer. Don't worry, Junie, just try to relax.
His hands were dripping with blood.
Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Junie saw the bloodstained hand as they passed each other on the first floor. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There's but one way now to turn the tide aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is at Sykes Donal, but it's she who forces me to expose your secret.
Fine, whatever.
Wow, how much dirt does he have on Hugh?
The court will observe the odd-looking envelope. It was inside that mirror. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found.
The scuttlebutt, but didn't the prosecution already claim that? This envelope is the one that contained her script.
Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all.
Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut.
Indeed, you can clearly see that this envelope is not opened correctly. A powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the...
What the fuck is going on at this school? What? They have fucking trap envelopes where, like, if you open it wrong, you'll lose a finger? What the fuck?
The only one who had been told that the correct way to open it was Constance Court.
You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't.
She's insane! Thanks, Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that.
Blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here took a sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wand isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. It's the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's. There's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. And now that we actually know the real reason why Hugh's blood was at the crime scene, then that means the blood that Juniper saw in his hands wasn't quartz. It had nothing to do with the murder. So then, I think at this point we can safely stop suspecting Hugh, because it was, I mean, those bloody hands were easily the most damning piece of evidence we had. But if now we know what actually caused that, plus, I mean, it would make sense for him to be in such a shocked state after basically getting his finger chopped off by a booby trap. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that.
You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see a glaring contradiction in your thinking?
Huh?
The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out.
Yeah, why am I getting cross-examined? This is...
And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. Seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire.
Right. And so it all finally fits together. In order to fly the body in, Phoenix's statue had to be destroyed because it was in the path of the... It was on the path of the rope. However, once Phoenix's statue was destroyed, obviously, people would find out. So, they needed a way to hide the fact that the statue had been destroyed right before, in order to allow the crime to take place. So, they steal a different statue from the art room, the Lady Justice statue, place it in Phoenix Wright's pedestal, cover it up with a white cloth so that it looks like Phoenix's statue is still intact under there, when in reality it's not. Then, when they're and then they destroy Kristoff's statue as well, to make it seem like, so that people won't suspect anything due to the fact that only the Phoenix statue is destroyed. And then they destroy the Lady Justice statue, so that it will just mix in with the other pieces, hoping people won't try to put them together and won't realize there's a third statue.
A body sent sliding on that wire would have crashed into. You'd explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together.
So the body would have collided with the statues? What if they did collide? Wait, that's it? Or it was just unintentional. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. Oh my god, little chibis. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. I see.
Oh, now that you mention it. You and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. Oh, very interesting. May I just ask one question? When was it you heard said sound?
It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... I mean, Athena is screaming in shock. I'm screaming in happiness. Oh, Blackquill. You don't want to do this, buddy. Do you really? You are about to shoot a bullet through your entire case right now. Because of that, you're right. That does mean the body was moved during the mock trial. That's crazy. Anyway, who could have moved the body during the mock trial? Not the defendant.
I would place it during the mock trial.
Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started.
You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body.
He said he saw the body before the mock trial. So, my claim the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water.
What if he's lying?
Stupid contradiction. It's gonna get me on our case killed.
Focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That had been a major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
I think the foundations of this case contradict reality, Your Honor.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion?
Good point.
Prosecutor Blackquill is on our side. I bet he's figuring out the truth behind this case. Oh, great. As long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement.
Well, like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know.
I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth, and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body.
Thanks.
Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body?
Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it?
Hi.
You what?
I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on the stage. I have been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry.
But why? Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. Why would he lie about this to begin with?
Order! This base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and prosecution's cases.
Yeah, it was Professor Means. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire and the school banner.
Indeed. That much I shall concede, Sykes Tono. The body was moved as you stated, in the midst of this mock trial.
So both sides are satisfied then?
If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it's an entirely different story.
Right, he's gonna say that the only suspect is Junie because she was constantly running around and heading into the audio room, and in that chaos she could have actually snuck out for a bit.
Right, all 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives some solid alibis.
Not Junie's. Junie doesn't have an alibi.
Well, there's one more person that doesn't have an alibi. And that's Professor Means.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall.
What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio?
Oh no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with music.
Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body. Was it none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio.
Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense.
All right. Here's our battle plan, boys. Professor Prosecutor Blackquill. I request testimony from a certain person who was overlooking the class trial. So they would be able to tell us if how long Juniper was out of that room for at a given time, hopefully. I call Professor Means to the stand. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's even deeper because Hugh isn't the criminal. I believe you got believe in your client, and if she believes in Hugh, then I believe in Hugh as well. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. We're cooked. Yeah, I thought Prosecutor Blackquill was on our side. It's on this issue. Just as Samurai strikes again. Twisted? Not like dirty rotten.
Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce.
The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes?
Apollo, what are we gonna do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Oh, poor Junie. Let's figure out something. She'll be... Objection? Objection? Well, I object to...
Hugh? Stop right there! All ears to me! It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen, and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime!
Is he confessing? Is he trying to protect Junie? Is all he said about not hating her now a lie? Or is he trying to protect someone else? No, because no one else is under suspicion right now. Come on. Perfect!
Crime?
Come on, Hugh. Wait. Some serious deja vu. Didn't we go through something like this yesterday? Yeah, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps.
The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Oh, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Harder! Harder, I say! Mr. O'Connor! You already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough! The only thing maddening here is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi where you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act.
Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackquill's threat.
Listen, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony.
He is a defense attorney in training.
I'll now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. So has an age been updated? Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, lay it on me. Use confession. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent.
He is just trying to protect her.
I have a question. I was hoping the defense and the prosecution might answer. Is it just me, or does the witness testimony make no sense?
When even the judge knows you're full of shit, that's when you know you should just throw in the towel. This man will believe anything, basically. How do you make even the judge doubt your testimony? What the fuck? Oh my god. No, it's not just here, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially the whole thing about a body double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me and the prosecution.
Your boldness.
Summon an ambulance this instant. The witnesses start raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me.
It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back.
Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Wait, it's not a weird device. I don't waste them on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment? Well, I'm a judge, and this is far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections? Prosecutor Blackwell? The prosecutor said rubbish. We will be out on a stroll and then left with Detective Fulbright. Bro!
Oh, they're definitely fucking. How does he get away with stuff like that?
Then now interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. All right, Miss Six, you may proceed with the therapy session. I'm gonna take care of my new friend over here. Here, here's a piece of my sandwich. You want? Oh, it's a good birdie. Oh, it's a good birdie.
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. I don't know. The previous one had a fucking mythological monsters and pro wrestlers, you know? Yeah, I think he really is trying to protect Junie. Won't believe this, but I used a body double. It's just ecstasy. The real me at the mock trial? That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. Slept out stealthily while my body double took care of the trial. At the run of the campus. Short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. What's causing the happy? Oh, right. It's Junie. He's lying. He's trying to protect her to the very end. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. Yeah, but you're still wearing the friendship bracelet around your fucking neck. What? Why?
Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court.
The secret? Oh, the bribe.
It had nothing to do with me because I disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing only. The truth.
Objection!
You liar. Mr. O'Connor, I feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it's overshadowed all of your other emotions.
What are you?
I can hear clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. Discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. Q really was trying to protect Juniper. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Q's feelings for her are the real deal. That means his confession is...
Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Oh, he's back. Why, Prosecutor Blackquill, you're back!
The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e., the accused?
Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll?
No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet.
You can't be serious. You really expect us to believe you had a body double?
Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it, huh?
Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. First, let me update the testimony.
Don't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. At the run of the campus. Right, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent.
What now? Let's see. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. Yeah, you should be happy here.
Got it!
But you're not. Because you did lose. I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement.
Well, you don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it.
No, don't stop making stuff up.
When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So
you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose?
yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall, behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came in and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes don't know how much longer will you indulge him in this charade?
We can't see the bottom floor of the map, but yeah. The people in the Professor Means and Professor Court, obviously Court was dead, but Professor Means would easily be able to slip out without anyone noticing.
Well, it is true that none of the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view.
That's a great idea, Blackquill. Let's call Professor Means to testify.
I thought you could do better than that. Lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat.
Wait. That's it! That's exactly what we needed! Throughout the entire trial, Hugh was looking at that balcony, which to him was empty. So he thought, oh, right, two people are supposed to be watching the trial today. Professor Means, Professor Court, right? Well, obviously Professor Court's missing. We know that much. Therefore, that balcony must be Professor Court's, since she's the one that's missing. Professor Means must be in the balcony behind me. But in reality, that's Professor Means' balcony. Hugh O'Connor is about to testify that Professor Means was outside of the courtroom, was not at his designated spot during the class trial, huh? Oh. We finally squeezed out the truth.
Now, that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then.
That can't be right. Empty balcony scene on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. He was telling the truth on this one. Well, not about the body double thing. I have no idea where this contradiction is going. But I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really?
I saw with my own eyes. It's definitely empty.
What about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. If you left the lecture hall during this pre-trial speech, he would have been standing at this seat addressing the students and faculty.
No, that can't be right.
You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession.
I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me.
Doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Because he's not. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's have you testify again. This time don't spare any details.
You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer.
All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not.
Alright, let's go. Second floor was deserted. Oh, believe me, it's true, I tell you. Through the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body.
Why are you so sad on that? I detect powerful sadness and fear right after you say this part. It's as if you'd said something you shouldn't have.
What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see.
Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad.
You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be?
You said that you went through the empty audio control room. That's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. That someone who was in the audio control room was Juniper Woods.
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. The audio control room really was empty. That would mean Miss Woods was roaming around campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Yes! Finally! Oh, we're actually getting here. Just tell the truth. I'll solve the case. I can only solve the case and get the real killer if you tell me the truth. A defense. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. A defense attorney always believes in his client. You know, I think that seminar from Mr. Wright would have done you some good, because you clearly don't because if you don't believe in Juniper, because if you believe in Juniper, then you will tell the truth, and that will lead to her exoneration. Come on. You gotta act. You're starting to be a defense attorney? Start acting like it.
But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs.
Forget about it. Believe in your client.
And the end justifies the means. Your only choice is to fight back with lies.
His heart won't hold out under the battle between truth and lies. There's something I can do to make him recant his false testimony.
I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwood. Cut me down if you wish.
I thought you never asked. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict.
Yeah. Oh, he broke out of his shackles again.
I don't want to be the poor accountant down to the detention center.
You, O'Connor, deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering to one clean blow.
Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence. Do not come between a samurai and his foe.
I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember the shocking experience you had last time?
Very well, Golden Boy may live. For now.
Oh, bro is terrified. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything.
Objection! That's where you're wrong. Just doesn't feel anything for me now. What does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not, and never was, a genius.
Sorry, but I already knew. Me too.
And don't forget me. Oh, no fairness, it was pretty obvious.
I thought he was a genius at first, but the stuff he said was crazy.
No need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades.
Ah, it wasn't his fault.
But that's bribery.
So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea.
All my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else to say. Oh, no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect zero.
Not yet. You.
Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now. It'd be a relief for her to see me locked up.
You were trying to help her. Why did you testify against her?
You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her.
He wasn't trying to provoke us? It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. You did, but I didn't! Let's fucking go, Hugh! I believed in you from the fucking start! At the detention center yesterday, Jeannie was in tears when she opened up to me. The truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. There was something that could help me prove that to Hugh.
We have proof of our friendship.
Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is.
I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. On.
Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it?
Proof of friendship? Not anything like a proof of purchase barcode?
In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bracelets. It's the evidence that proves their friendship.
Oh, how very interesting and chic.
If they had doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. Proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two.
It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two...
But if they feel the same way too, I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything that Hugh said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Proof of friendship? Yeah, where they're easy to touch. So for Juniper, she always grabs her wrist. So that's her. I didn't notice her grabbing her wrist, and I thought that was gonna be her tell when we were perceiving her, which is why I was so shocked when her hand went down in the perception. I didn't mention it at the time because I thought I was just like, oh, different spot. But yeah, I noticed that a lot of the times when she was lying or withholding information, she would grab her hand, or when she was nervous, I suppose. For Robin, I'm trying to remember Robin's animations. I don't remember where her bracelet would have been. All you have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Ah! Upper arm, right. Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. And this is great. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Ah!
Ah! I'm loving this trial. This is great.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Let's go!
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Based and friendship pilled. Let's go!
I didn't kill anyone. I didn't have a body double.
Let's go! This trial, we're gonna defeat Professor Means with the power of friendship! Yes!
I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. May look like I'm speed reading. Zen and the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did.
Hugh.
So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you?
I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust on me.
Then am I to understand the witness is recanting his confession?
Don't place your trust on me. Place your trust in Junie, and therefore the truth will come out.
Yes.
A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is in the end truth you've been seeking this entire time.
Oh, Black Quill Dono. There's one more person. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point. I might as well update the mood matrix. Alright. Huh? Does this mean...
Further assistance is futile. The time for a verdict is nigh.
Please wait.
What sort of devilry are you up to now?
What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right?
Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist?
Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked the case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite to him really was empty, which means there was one person unaccounted for. All right! Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is Aristotle Means. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor?
That's right. How many more times do I have to say it?
So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
I know, then that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could have been given from an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech is pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat.
Yo, that's a... Oh, wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane! I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Huh? Take this to the police. He said, and tell them you found it.
What? Really? Wait a second! Mr. O'Connor, did you just say the Professor Proof gave you the phony recording?
Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations.
Acton, baby! It's already been analyzed by the one and only hard rockin' rollin' prosecutor.
Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony?
Wow. I could have seen this development. The guy that talks about fucking fabricated evidence. Not me. The voice shouting, "You're a goner," as recorded on this tape, was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. I'm gonna need Gavin to come in clutch with the full analysis.
Why this? This is extremely crucial piece of evidence.
Professor Means gave you the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by a dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something.
Professor Dr. Hottie? Did they finally arrest him?
He said it is all too often easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means to see whether an empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable.
That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptom is a problem, a witness oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please.
Time has come. We're gonna nail his ass. We're gonna nail. We're gonna nail him. It's all been leading up to this. Every moment, every speck of truth. We're gonna show that. They're gonna show these motherfuckers the Dark Age law doesn't mean shit. Because all that matters is the truth. And hey, when prosecutors and defense attorneys work together, what remains is the truth. After all, we couldn't have gotten this tape without the help of Prosecutor Gavin.
Certainly, I'm Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion.
Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at the speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation on this?
Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that shows his speech is pre-recorded?
All right, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video.
Alright.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of this school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. We're gonna listen to we're gonna sit here like good fucking girls and boys and listen to every single
fucking word. We're gonna scrutinize every single statement, everything he fucking says, because that's how we're gonna fucking nail him.
Wake me up once this. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father's gone to pass. 7 years has gone so fast.
Hey, no fair.
The experiences our youth have are a powerful and profound effect on our adult. Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention.
I'm awake, isn't that right, Your Honor?
What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
We got him. There we go. It was originally supposed to be. Yeah. This was originally supposed to be the Lady Justice present at the trial. But the one that actually used was golden.
Pay attention and you might make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, I do say so myself.
Professor Means, what color was Napoleon's white horse?
I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears.
Listen, Sykes Donor, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out.
You were asleep the whole time.
Well, Miss Sykes, do you notice anything strange about that speech?
Can I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
There. I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this?
Take that!
The professor said the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every count.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made this mistake in its color if he'd been present.
It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
That statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like?
Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, that statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded.
We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall.
Oh, wait! There's got to be something that can prove that the speech is pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video. So we know Professor Court was the professor for the for the judge course, and Professor Means was the professor for the defense course. I'm just guessing after this entire trial, whoever the professor for the prosecution course is probably like hiding under just fucking hiding, fearing for his life because like the court's dead and Means got dragged off to jail for murder, and he's just standing there like, what the fuck, guys? What the fuck?
It ended here. It's a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. Only a little over 10 minutes? It felt like it went on forever. Did you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. Each goes from the 10-minute mark to 2035. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. So, 10 minutes, 35 seconds. Where? There we go. Yep. The tape was exactly 10 minutes and 35 seconds long. So he used the tape to tape his tape his fucking his speech, then taped over it with the "You're a goner." I see. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time. Use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. Voice print analysis. I would like the court to take a look at this.
And this is...
Voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client.
Yes, but didn't we just establish the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication?
We did. But what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there.
Noise.
Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased.
Right. Because this isn't a digital fucking... Because this isn't a digital recording where you can just delete the bits and replace them. This is an actual physical tape. So even if you delete a recording and tape over it, there's still going to be some remnants.
The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. What did the timestamp read at the moment Prof Means began his speech?
Well, that would be exactly 10 minutes.
Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise and boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 2035. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone.
Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10 minutes 35 seconds. Huh? 10 minutes 35 seconds!
Right. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been there where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident, considering this is a mere happenstance, a match of numbers.
Oh my god. Clavier, can we get this analysis done?
Objection!
This guy doesn't know when to shut up. But is it really just numbers?
The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased.
But they'll get it eventually. Professor Means, the only thing that matters in a court of law is evidence. And thank you for handing us the noose to hang you with.
The police are analyzing the noise as we speak.
It won't be long until we know what was originally there.
Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording. By pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch.
Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her, as per my word. And to that purpose I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what happened.
All I've stated is the obvious deduction derived from evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth.
This doesn't sound good.
I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means.
Finally! Thank fuck! Oh, that was the longest fucking... Oh! That was the longest foreplay ever. Jesus Christ. Two hours just to get an actual proper fucking testimony that we can tear apart. Oh, we've won. It's over. That was the hard part. Getting him to fucking testify.
The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, and by necessity a secret. He asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do.
Protecting a murderer is the humane thing to do?
Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you?
This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true.
Oh, this most consequential of occasions. Let me completely be frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states, the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. She was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end.
Maybe. I guess, yeah, we never considered the possibility that it was Juniper who had been twisted by Professor Means's methodology.
You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics.
Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her, despite her threatening me.
You know, game recognizes game, but it's fucking psychopaths. Okay, great.
There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I'm so sick of hearing that phrase.
Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Why forsake the truth if it's victory you seek? Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
Nah. That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Now, what's the quote from Danganronpa 3? Whether it brings hope or despair, the truth is worth pursuing for its own sake.
Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it.
Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter?
This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. All right, cross-examination. It's finally time. I'm gonna sit back down. My feet are tired. Jesus. Whew, this is taking longer than I expected. Ah. Yeah, I think thereabouts should be about right. Yeah, cool. Okay. Professor Means' testimony.
The defendant came to me. With what she said was very important. By necessity is secret.
Oh yeah, we should just be pressing here. I doubt her client would have come to you with something like that.
You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead.
So, their client came to talk to you after Professor Court was dead.
Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Okay. Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi?
You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly.
Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. Problem is, how am I going to expose it?
It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused?
She was like top 3 students in the school. So the murderer and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but it's now you whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper.
What?
Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feign weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable.
She also said I'd become an accomplice
After losing my alibi to the pre-recording.
How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline the students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed the murder, and that she hadn't meant to threaten me.
Really? Please do explain, because that sounds fucking insane.
Long had I waited for a student who would come to embody my teachings.
Does the witness realize what he was saying?
Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times.
Oh wow, this way of thinking is really warped. I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet.
I wouldn't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and his words.
It is a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do.
Hold it!
You're trying to protect your client. Yeah, right. Don't say anything to pin the blame on Junie.
What a frightful look! I would ask that you do not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I'm protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student.
Liar, you're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I gonna show what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking?
Moon Matrix, you cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is?
He's not gonna give in to his pack of lies. He's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches with his actual actions. Okay. Your speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Maybe. It could be the fact that she couldn't actually get through the, Yeah, it could be the fact that he shouldn't have been able to get to the audio control room without going through the courtroom. From where he was sitting, but I guess, you know, he could have just gone around, maybe. Just the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. He also said to become an accomplice for losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. That I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's a humane thing to do. Could also be the tape recorder because, yeah. I think it's time to pull out our secret weapon finally. He gave this tape to Hugh in an attempt to frame Junie. Alright, I think this is it. I think it's time to pull out our hidden the ace up her sleeve.
Objection!
Yes! So let me get this straight. You're trying to help Miss Woods. That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor.
Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles. Your Honor, it's an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it."
There was no whispering, slyly, or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained her client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness hadn't tried to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions. Only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Tell him, Athena!
Objection. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies?
For what?
Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means when I'm through with you.
Huh? Professor Means? What's your hair?
Quiet! No talking in class.
Ah! Ah!
Homeroom. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes.
Here?
Apollo Justice.
I'm fine. I mean, here.
Fool! That proper response is here without any extraneous information.
Ouch! I mean, here.
Next, Your Honor. Here! See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill.
Actually, it's pronounced Simon.
I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not?
There's always one, isn't there?
Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant.
Get out. Very well. If that is your wish, who am I to defy my homeroom teacher?
Is that such a good idea, Prosecutor Blackquill? It is free of his shackles. Ah! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinary committee. But is that really so shocking?
Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, fool bright.
Very good, Bobby. You've just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. All right, class is now in session.
Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache?
Pay attention, I am not the killer. Juniper is. That will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial.
Objection. Objection. Athena, you disappoint me so to think you would label me as a murderer. Pay attention. That murder occurred at the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already home by that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime?
And so the cracks begin to show. I got photo fucking evidence, courtesy of one Miriam Scuttlebutt. Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time?
Can you prove that I was still at school?
No, I can't. Yes, you can. Come on, Athena.
So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
I do enough of that at the office. No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the Professor Silver Tongue lies!
Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that?
I like the imagine they're just fighting over the fucking podium right now. I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now, I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself! The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rung before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right, it would have been way past 7 before he could have finished.
Professor Means is still at the school. This is incredibly important testimony.
Professor Means is a sculptor, I guess. The professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd make those statues myself.
I'm so sorry for not telling the truth! Robin.
Objection! Quick, someone get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight! Simon, you are head honcho among the delinquents. Do something! And who's in charge of the class pet around here?
This is great.
Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, the only real blades will do.
No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Ah! Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one?
It would seem Sykes-Dono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff, quick as lightning.
Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begins in second period. Prepare to be served. Old school style. I said no pets allowed. What does that? Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please.
Professor Means.
No, pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. But they were covered up. How could I have possibly had time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statue? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say it too. Don't try to deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet. But I could tell.
Oh, right. The professor was there when the matter came up. Yeah, no, that's when Lady Justice was the stand-in and got covered in the Ah, right. He stole a statue from the right, because I was thinking, wait, but if that was Lady Justice and then he smashed it, he would have known that it shouldn't have been white during the actual trial. But no, because he grabbed a statue, a random statue, from the art room. That statue. Now, it just so happens that statue used to be Lady Justice, right? And that was revealed when we put it back together. However, Means thought the statue was just a random fucking statue that didn't mean anything, and it happened to look like how Phoenix's statue would look, because instead of the finger pointing, it had the arm outstretched, right? So he took this statue, covered it up with a white sheet to make it look like it was a to make it look like the statue had been finished when Juniper came back. And there you have it. Then when the statue was smashed, then he smashed the statue and finished the Phoenix statue, maybe? Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. Oh, that didn't exactly help her case. Oh, you won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. Athena, I do not want to think about his slippery mean. What the fuck? Ah, no! It's so white and crusty! Get that image out of my head! Ah!
Now, pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8 p.m. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Oh, right, this is not testimony, this is cross-examination. Okay. Alright, hold on for a second. I'm gonna go get some water. Since, yeah, my throat is feeling very dry right now. So, this will be very quick break. I'm just gonna run over to the kitchen, get some water, and I'll be right back. All right, let's keep going. I can nail his ass. Again with the images. It's like the fucking Akira meme, like, ah, leave me alone! Ah! Have a day to complete one statue.
Miss Newman took over half a day? Could you be a little more precise than that?
Ha 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 ha! What a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took from the morning hour into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly. It merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. Yeah. Yeah, so that's Robin asking Means for help. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m.
Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean?
Robin created the basic outline of the Mr. Right statue before the last bell began.
Oh, right! The outline was already fucking there. I'm stupid.
He would have just draped the cloth over it. He didn't even need the fucking to like swap it out.
But then that then bears the question, how did Lady Justice... There's still a couple of pieces of evidence that I don't understand in this case, and that's why was the Governor's flag burned? And why did Lady Justice end up smashed at the scene of the crime?
And of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell. I, in turn, completed the rest of it.
I see. In academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you?
Objection! Why, you insolent little! It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long, long time ago.
Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all lawyerly fundamentals.
Oh, quiet you!
Now, do you understand? I did not leave the stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim?
Not on your life, Buster! Sure, we'll accept it for now. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede.
I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time.
I concede that Professor Means never left the stage.
That's right, but what took you so long? I was there at that stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed the crime.
I gotta give up here.
I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. Unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Oh shit! That ends the cross-examination? I thought I wanted to press the rest of his statements. Damn it!
Objection!
Not yet. The defense...
still has an objection. Dina, you thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Phoenix sitting in the audience like, that's... She's finally learned the Phoenix Write Anything Agency secret technique. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out, that you have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, focus on how he could commit the murder without going there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Ah, who brought the bird to school?
Sykes-Dunno, I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. He the flippity jibbity jibber jabber with that gotta get out of here. I'll have another word to settle another story to tell another time. Peace, ring the bell.
Wow, Prosecutor Blackwell, I didn't know you were a fan of Tally Hall.
That's the only I was actually Rob Cantor was my cellmate for a while.
What the fuck?
The murder occurred in the art room, and yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts?
I accept the premise the professor was on the stage the entire time. The only other answer is we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Felix, one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the crime scene. So I was right. I also suspected that the murder had taken place at the crime scene and then moved to the but there was blood at the scene, so how did he get... The only thing I'm not sure is how then did he get the massive pool of blood in the art room? I mean, it has to be. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer.
Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was.
Continue, Sykes-Dunno.
Alright, we got him intrigued. That would explain maybe the burnt fragments if the... Because, right, the flag was on the stage. If the murder was committed on the banner, that might have gotten all the blood on it. And hence why it wasn't hence why it had to be burnt up. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. On the stage. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all.
Objection. The murder occurred in the art room. Silly girl, when the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor.
Yeah, because you killed her on top of the Gaviner's banner.
Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed.
Wasn't any blood on stage? Really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that is now bloodstained. Yeah, the school banner. It's true, there's no bloodstain on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
What is it now, my
My theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death with loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go?
Then we have our friend Chris Clavier Gavin to thank for that one.
Blood getting on. There, when the body was moved by wire, makes more sense than not.
Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
There was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner. And there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. Yeah, that's gonna be the governor's banner.
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's the governor's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It would have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth. And only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So, it makes total sense the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
Oh. So, that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
The governor's banner was like a dishcloth? Surely it was at least towel quality. See, Apollo is defending his boyfriend.
Simon, don't just stand there. Do something.
Silence.
Sykes Donor, you're learning to wield a blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slushing at you like this? The remnants of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood there? The murder occurred on the stage, as you claim.
Whoa, he's actually made a coherent bloodstain on the art and was faked. How? I'll tell you how. Alright, he actually made a coherent point there. So that already puts him ahead of Prosecutor Gatto in terms of prosecutor quality. That's good. I would also say he's probably ahead of Francisco. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. The school banner? The only possibility. The killer could have used this to transport the victim's blood.
You don't say. Care to explain how that would be possible?
Your Honor, nothing is impossible if you put your mind to it. Besides, all you need is... Damn it.
Far-fetched arguments like that have no place in a court of law.
Well, it was worth a try.
No, it wasn't.
Fuck. Oh, hold on. This is now stumping me. There really wasn't. The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. Maybe someone could transport the blood upstairs. That something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. I'll strip the all. Autopsy report. Tape recorder. I mean, my thought would be that bucket of water, right? But, like, we didn't just finish discussing. I mean, that's my best guess. It was that one of the buckets of water on one of the buckets on stage was used.
Take that!
No. Hey. The impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so. The body itself? If he took the victim up to, but then he... I only guess the body itself.
Take that!
What? What? Okay, let's think of this. The blood stain in the art room was faked. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. That something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. Not my lawyer's badge. Not the court planner. Not the arrow. Not the script. Not the all. Not that. Tape recorder makes no sense. Photo. Name Hugh is written on it. What we just finished discussing is the Gaviner's Manor, right? Stoop so low as to present this mere garbage in court. And only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone is most likely the killer, seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gaviner's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped on the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. I guess, yeah, that could work. Gah!
Order. This is quite a development. I think the body was never actually moved.
Just its contents.
Hold it right there. That body must have been moved. How else do you explain the loud crash you heard during the mock trial?
That is how that's how Lady Justice was broken. They threw Lady Justice in the school banner, just smashed the statues to make it seem like the crime happened after it actually did.
It wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues. Then what was it?
Right, because the original plan... The original plan was to frame Juniper by making it seem like the murder took place during the mock trial. Because during the mock trial, the only person who could have committed the murder was Junie, since she was the one who was walking in and out of the place. But he got fucked up by Hugh O'Connor and Miriam Scuttlebutt, who both tried to testify to the fact that the murder actually took place beforehand. I hadn't thought of that. That loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. What was it indeed? Not on the school banner, just that something was carried along the wire in it. That's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder, and then on stage after. The guy that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was... Lady Justice.
Take that!
Ah! That statue! Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Quart's body. The unique statue you see on the right.
That's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing the day before the mock trial. And she used her unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it's the original Lady Justice.
Perhaps you are onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move this scraphead relic in such a tedious manner?
Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice moved during the mock trial. During the time, Professor Means is fabricating his alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to
interrupt the mock trial.
Professor Means is trying to interrupt the mock trial. That must be the answer.
Then let me ask this. Why would the professor want to interrupt the mock trial?
I object, Your Honor. I object to have you ask people questions like that. What? Try thinking for yourself once in a while.
Oh, I just had a thought. It involves a penalty for a smart alecky defense attorney.
Well, the issue here is the moving of the Lady Justice statue. I need to focus on that. Moved during the mock trial. During the time, Professor Means fabricating an alibi. Consider.
Yeah, to point us to the body. I guess that
Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
God, that's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. Objection! You should never underestimate me. Professor Means always means what he says, and he says what he means by all means.
Fine then. Say it already. I'm waiting.
Alright, what now? The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until the next day. Countless students passed the stage until they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body the entire time?
That can be explained by, Alright, we are on our last leg here, so we should probably save.
If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage.
This is not good, Athena. Flame's this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far.
Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and it always will be.
Just wait a minute.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, an amazing bit of legal wisdom, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco.
It's just for show.
Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. But this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial. Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
I just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Come on, Athena. We got this. Don't tell me I've failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again?
Ooh, backstory. New sprite. What is going on?
Athena, what's wrong? Breathe out. And relax, Athena, breathe.
Oh, she's having a PTSD episode.
It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Give me, Junie. Couldn't protect you like I said I would.
You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me!
It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. She saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done seriously unforgivable things.
Oh, is this Hugh? Yes! The power of friendship! What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie? I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you'll never surrender to the dark age of the law like that professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackquill?
There is one who awaits you, is there not? That is the reason you have studied so hard. Are you prepared to give up all you have worked for thus far?
Blackquill coming in clutch?
It would not do to have you disappoint you know who.
You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt.
The bright, cheery, dark age of the law where the ends justify the means.
You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him.
But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now?
Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. Oh, right, it's the logic thing that we did at the end of the last one. Let's go! This is great, fucking her getting encouraged by everyone.
There's truth to be found. There always is. You're sure to find it. Now, let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Let's fucking go! This case is fire! Oh, I'm loving every second of this case. This is S tier, holy shit. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body must have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see. As he was doing right before the body was discovered. He's using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have moved the body from its hiding place is during the mock trial. Body was moved during the mock trial. It's during the mock trial specifically. Judy wasn't there or during the speech. It was during the speech. Means move the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. So also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before. Specifically, the white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in a school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. That's something that should have been finished, but was only mostly done. Exactly. She was under the cloth covering the statues. Something used to cover the body up. But it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged on stage. That way no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. It's already on stage and capable of concealing the body. The right statue. Yeah! The body was written by Mr. Right statue. Let's fucking go! I was right on the money! Oh, I know. The Mr. Right statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night.
Yes, but it was an impressive feat, that was.
Now, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. Not only is the professor a fraud and a murderer, he's also not a good artist. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court.
Come again! I'm afraid I don't follow.
He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Right. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue.
What?
I second that what?
Now this is getting interesting.
I still want to know what Athena's whole, like, what did Blackwell mean by you know who? And how does he know Athena's past?
No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh.
I think I know where this is going.
Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Right. I'm gonna pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue.
I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth?
I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice.
Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. All right, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do you look like a statue of Mr. Right or what?
That looks like some random person to me. Aren't the statues a pair of busts?
Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyways.
You gotta hand it for me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands! Arms are raised over her head and there were dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor's probably tied up with something. Marks on her wrists indicate that she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose! Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No! Besides, it was your idea! Just tell me how to tie your hands. What is going on at the Right Anything Agency? What are they teaching these fucking lawyers fucking BDSM? If the court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. Should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied? Not the objection pose. Yeah, it should be behind the head, because then that creates the illusion of, Phoenix's spiky hair. I'm confident in this. Apollo, take both of my hands behind my head. See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but what about the statue's arm? Both arms are on your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can have a think you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. Right, the arrow. What did the victim's body have that I don't?
Take that!
Oh, right! There's an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side! What are you, crazy? Black Quill is just standing there watching like, what a fucking idiot, dude. Taka, do you see this shit? This is great. I should mention now that we've moved on to 3D models, it makes crazy shit like this possible, which is great. I also wanted to mention that when Fulbright popped out of the window, right, that's obviously only possible thanks to the 3D models, and I wanted to point out how cool that was, and I completely forgot, but now I remembered. Yeah, while I do think the sprites look better, I do really like the move to 3D because it allows for things like this. Fine, get some duct tape. Rapido, schnell. All right. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. Masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with a cloth. Remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? On. Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm?
Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course, she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation and one that makes sense, damn it. Now, disappoint me again and the penalty will be doubly painful.
I'm on my last rope anyway. Yikes, I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. This court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. It wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand for his little ruse. Apollo, show me the stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please be in this photo. Just has to be. The arm that Mr. Wright statue, really? It's right here.
It can't be, right? There's only one thing in this photo. Is it finally time for a stepladder to be in a fucking Phoenix Wright case? For a stepladder to actually be a deciding piece of evidence? I can't believe it. It can't be right. I'm gonna save. This is too good to be true. All right, let's go for it.
Take that!
Look at this. This makes an even better arm than Mr. Wright's own appendage.
This right here.
Mr. Wright's not gonna like this.
Never mind. I retract my previous statement.
That's all very well and good, but I won't retract your penalty.
Fuck. Shit.
That's enough. I see no need to prolong this trial any further. As this case is insufficient to overturn the prosecution's claims, court finds the defendant Juniper Woods guilty.
Fuck! Damn it!
Oh, retry from this scene. That's cool. I didn't know that's the thing we could do. That's a really nice addition. I don't have to be constantly fucking saving all the time. And the only other possibility is Professor Means's staff, right?
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm of the statue of Mr. Wright.
This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. And she's doing the whole thing while still in the pose?
Staff, this is the spear of the great legal warrior.
Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. Length is perfect. Mr. Wright wouldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo.
Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
There we go. It's Phoenix Wright! Look, it's that famous lawyer!
That's definitely him.
I'd know that pose anywhere. We did it! Didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light.
Golden light. All I see before me is a pink specter of a man.
That's just because Mr. Wright likes the statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink.
Joke deserves a pink slip. Now hold on, Apollo. Fucking Wright stands up to the agency. Hey, I think the Wright Anything Agency could do well with a comedian.
Compliment Trucy's act nicely.
It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness?
That resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that this spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is... Right. It did say that the stab wound was very rough, which we had just assumed that was from thrusting the arrow into the victim, but in reality, it was the stab. I assumed the victim's jagged wound came from an arrow being forcibly shoved in, but if the wound was from this spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of victim's blood on...
on it. Fucking Emma Sky burst through the door with luminal testing fluid.
Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? What's wrong with a non-guilty verdict? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate.
Bathroom detail. Retake the bar exam. 30% salary cut. Oh, he's fucking losing it, bro. Yes. Write it. Oh my god, he clenched his teeth so hard they cracked! What the fuck?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of the witness Aristotle Means?
It is a Sykes-Donor suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there.
Great, you'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation.
Can I ask what the professor's motive was?
I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth.
One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too?
I eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes.
Right, and court was gonna expose him.
The victim has suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on the stage.
Oh, I've been talking so much, my diaphragm is sore. It's... Ugh.
The result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. Seems he came up with a plan to stuff the victim with her own all in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, thus frame the defendant.
But the scrap paper with Hugh's name with the same marks as a court's planner.
Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class.
Really? So then...
Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook.
Yep.
The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme the victim had obtained. Known that Constance Court was clean. No, the Constant Court was clean, and only Aristotle Mean took the bribes.
To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then I can only hope that a brighter future awaits. The first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty!
Let's go! We did it! And Prosecutor Blackwell actually helped us along the way. I think, yeah, he's definitely, I would say he's definitely better than Franziska. Absolutely. I think he's probably the third best prosecutor, that we played against, after Gavin and Edgeworth, definitely. I guess we're stacking him up against rivals. I would also have to consider Lang. And yeah, I think I would definitely place him above Lang already. Lang, I didn't okay, I liked Lang as a character, but he just wasn't a good investigator, even if he did pull through in the end. But still, I'm very much enjoying Black Quill as a character. Well, we'll see what he knows about Athena's past, though. He's shaping up to be very similar to Edgeworth, I feel.
We need young people like you, if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can.
Bro, can you imagine a new Ace Attorney game set after, like, the events of Spirit of Justice, which I haven't... I mean, I don't know what happens. Maybe the judge dies or something. And then, like, it's set, like, a good deal in the future. And Juniper is the fucking new judge? That'd be crazy!
Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Yeah, he did encourage you as well.
Court is adjourned.
October 22nd, 26th, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. I need to learn more about Blackwell. He's just a giant mystery.
Thank you, Thena. I really meant it.
There's nothing really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there at the end. Literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster.
I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. And at the detention center, your smile gave me hope when there was none. It's like the warm days, the sun shining down on the peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. I still have a lot of work to do. I can't wait until I see you on the judge's bench.
I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge! Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay. I think? So, what's the big news? The school festival is supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but...
We just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen. The festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. We get to hear Christoph Gavin live. Clavier Gavin live?
Really? All right.
Yo! And I guess that's the reason for the Lamiror costume. Because they did perform together at
Got a
one.
special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the Guitar Serenade.
Yo! Let's go! Oh, it's Apollo! This is great! I don't think Apollo and Trucy know that Lamiror is their mother at this point.
Wow, that was so much fun! School festivals are amazing!
Hold on, who is Gavin's voice actor? That sounded familiar. Voice actor. Yeah, it was Yuri Lowenthal. Okay, that's what I thought. He sounded a bit different than he sounded a bit different, but I guess this is an older game, so it probably was just his younger, him having a younger voice, than what I'm used to, since, you know, I heard him a lot recently. That was great. I wish you could have heard him sing, but oh well.
Ah, you're singing, Juniper. It can melt my H-E-A-R-T.
So, okay, so that explains why the Lamiror costume, right? they were bringing back one of Christoph Gavin's, I guess, most famous hits. Very cool. It is kind of sad that Apollo and Trucy don't know that Thalassa is their mother at this point.
Mr. Wright, thank you for the training seminar.
Just remember the objection pose. It's all about attitude. Oh, congrats on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how it used to be. Thanks to Athena. You know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. Let's go! Everyone's... Yay!
Yeah, and I guess Hugh finally learned what it meant to be a defense attorney, and so was able to defend his client, because now he learned to trust in truth and to trust his client. Let's fucking go!
I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court.
Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, they reprised the trial and Hugh won? I guess they did, yeah.
Lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen?
Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you.
Huh? Ooh, it's going to do what I think he is.
Of course, Trucy's fucking loves gossip.
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends, like we've always been.
Huh? Best friends? You, aren't you gonna profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial?
No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius, that I'm really a 25-year-old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial.
Ah! Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin, Miriam.
Bruh.
I guess he just said he was gonna confess, and Miriam just twisted his words. Which, I mean, to be fair, I should have expected. This fucking bitch.
Me too.
Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to... Yeah, let's go! Metal Gear reference! Tactical espionage action, and she's fucking wearing a box. Let's go. That's so good.
I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to this dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth, and the end never justifies the means. Count me in.
I wouldn't have any other way.
Best friends forever, huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Because Miriam promised us she would try to join to ask them to hang out. No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. Bet. What about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about a new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. What kind of guy is he anyways? Well, if I had to describe him in one word. And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend.
Yo?
Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. And not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. Discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? Oh, is this tying into the first case? Sorry, it's been a while, so I remember very little. Yeah, there you go. That's a great image. Turnabout Academy. That was great. That's actually, I think, easily a top tier trial. The Cosmic Turnabout. Hold on. Let's return to the games menu. Oh, and that's cool. They hide Means and Gavin as well. Oh yeah, and there's Apollo with his injuries, so clearly gonna be Edgeworth. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so is this taking place after the bomb? Oh, there we go. No, I didn't. I did not mean to do that. That was a misclick. Turnabout countdown. Fuck, what have I done? I definitely. Okay. Stop. I don't want to replay that. No, please, no. This is one of the worst cases in the entire series. For the love of God, get out of here. Yeah, I mean, at some point we will definitely be replaying Turnabout Countdown. With previous context. Back to menu, please. Do not save. All right, let's see the intro to the Cosmic Turnabout. Okay, so we are picking up back here. Courtroom bombing incident. Terrible attack launched by the Will Madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Right, but there's still some unanswered questions. Ted Tenate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. I see. After all, there are more than a few personal stakes in it. Okay. Okay. Space Agency?
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Oh, it's Yuri Lowenthal. Ah!
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Okay. Juicy. Astronaut murder. Oh, now this I am excited for. Okay. This is December 16th. Cool. And we are going to leave it there. That was... No, I'm not going to save. That was the end of Turnabout Academy. That is a top tier case. Absolute top tier. Easily one of my favorites in the entire series. That was fantastic. Especially on the side of character work. I think, mystery-wise, I actually liked it quite a lot as well, because while Professor Means was a shady character throughout the entire time, the case basically, I think the case actually did a really good job at casting your suspicions on Hugh. Like, there was legitimately a good amount of time there, around the midpoint of this stream, right? Where I legitimately believed Hugh could actually be the killer. Because I think the game did a fantastic job of setting him up as such. And yeah, I think the mechanics of the case were well handled. I thought it was well executed, and the emotional stakes and the characters in it, I thought were all fantastic. I think this is both the characters in the case and also the characterization of some of our more main characters like Athena and Blackquill were really good. So yeah, absolutely fantastic case. I'm very excited for Cosmic Turnabout. Partly because I may have mentioned this. I probably mentioned this in a previous stream at some point, but being an astronaut is effectively my dream job. It's the reason why I'm studying science, right? Well, I mean, I also love science in and of itself, but that is effectively the end goal of my career would be to be an astronaut. So this is going to be a case that I'm very interested in. So that being said, we're going to leave that for next time. Our next stream will probably be on Friday, if I had to guess. Either tomorrow or Friday, we will be streaming some Persona 3 Reload. Then we'll be streaming some Chrono Trigger, probably during the weekend. And then early next week, maybe Monday or Tuesday, we'll be starting the Cosmic Turnabout. So, that being said, I will see you all then. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, all the usual stuff. And I will see you all next time. Thanks for watching.